just out of Victoria, British Columbia. I am joined by World Cup cross country and enduro rider Emily Williams here on a beautiful day, Emily, to be at a bike race.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's it's definitely going to be an exciting race ahead of us today. I'm super stoked to be on the mic here. Unfortunately injured, so can't race, but stoked to be on the mic.
And a venue you know very well. You're local from Victoria. Will give us lots of insight of the course as we go forward. I know we'll be doing a trail preview shortly with the venue. Kicking off our schedule here in about 15 minutes are our U23 and Elite Women at 2:30 here Western time. And here we're getting a beautiful shot of the venue here just outside of Victoria. And we're so fortunate to have some beautiful drone shots of the course as we move through right now. And we will be walking through the course once we get onto it.
Yeah, super excited to be here at Geordie Lawn. I definitely spend a lot of my time riding and training out here, so it's really exciting to see a venue taking place just right in our yard here. And yeah, the track today should be super exciting. I think it's going to be really fast, loose, dusty. So we are in for some dust, that's for sure.
All right, we're just getting a shot. We'll be panning between our. This is just after our start finish. We're moving through. Emily, what do we talk us through here? This section, of course, here as we move into the first technical section after the start finish, and this is in the skills zone of the bike park.
Yeah, so we're taking our way through the drop zone here. So this is actually a really cool zone where you can practice drops. But yeah, you'll be coming over. There's kind of like a roll here into another wooden roll, going over through some skinnies, and then you'll take this right-hander into a sharp left-hander, and it's going to be going over some wood rollers, which are pretty cool and fun whoops. So gaining some momentum and carrying your speed through there will be important. Onto some loose gravel corners here, so you'll want to make sure that you're choosing the right tires for that for sure.
And then we get into a bit of a single track section, a little bit of an out and back as we kind of move now back. It's a short out and back. We cross the bridge, and this is where we get onto the main difficulty of the course as we move into the single track. This is our climbing portion of the race. It's
Correct.
About, for the fast riders, I would estimate this sort of double to single track part of climbing. It's going to take the riders around about 2.5 would probably be the fastest for the men, but three minutes or so. 3.5 minutes for the women, perhaps maybe even quicker than that.
Yeah, so entering those arches there, you're kind of entering the main area of riding here. So this is where the trails begin, and this is the main climb trail here, going up initial attack, and it's going to be high speed. It's not too steep just yet, so riders will be just putting down a lot of power off that first climb. And yeah, you'll see that might be the best opportunity for passing through here, but it will be pretty tight throughout most of the course.
And this is that initial attack trail. Again, you can see very narrow for part of the climbing. And then also notice when we were pre-riding, it has been really dry here in Victoria for the last few weeks. Not a lot of precipitation. And these corners, these switchback uphill corners, I know the men and the women, the elites, will be going so fast that they can't almost go full speed around those corners.
Yeah, definitely. Some of them will have to be pretty strategic about when they're putting the power down so that they don't wash out around those tight corners.
I fell on that corner that we just went around on our pre-ride. So yeah, I'm familiar with it. And so this is still climbing up. But again, these tight corners, not a lot of opportunity to pass. And then as we climb up, this is slow burn. And then we'll be getting to the Berm Reynolds, the descent, which has been causing a bit of drama really
definitely.
with our men, our younger categories, our juniors and U17s.
Definitely some drama this morning. There were quite a few flat tires, which I do believe possibly just came from hitting the corners so quickly. Riders are kind of budgeting tire pressure, trying to figure out what to run so they have traction in this looseness. But yeah, so we just went through that first climb. And yeah, you want to hold traction obviously while you're putting the power down, but if your tires are too flat, then you're going to see some issues with hitting corners and just blowing the tire off the rim.
And ordinarily, this trail, Berm Reynolds, which is our principal descent, is pretty smooth. But we've just had so little precipitation and so many riders on this course that a lot of that dirt is just turning into dust, and now you're getting to some of that bedrock, and there's some really bigger holes that are they're starting to form. And if you're fifth rider down here, that dust is all coming up, and you just cannot see what's in front of you.
Exactly. And that will maybe be a bit of the strategy today for some of these riders, is trying to not ride behind some people, make an attack early so you don't have that dust in your face kind of clogging up your lungs as you're working at max capacity.
And as we get to the bottom of Berm Reynolds, we did see, fingers crossed, we're not going to see a lot of drama down there, but certainly in the earlier races, it's a high-speed, hard left-hand corner that's very washed out. We saw some people come off at that section of course as well, and now we're into almost part of our short track from a couple days ago. A bit of a rise here that you can see, double track. This I almost think is a very important part of the track, especially if you are in a group coming to the finish. This is one of your last opportunities to really be able to pass, because it's a drag up here on some paved road. Then you make a right-hand corner, and again, it's back into single track down here.
Yeah, so that's probably one of the key passing opportunities, a steady uphill punch before this last little bit of descending. And then we're kind of making our way now back to that finish area. So if you don't make your move before, you're really waiting till the last minute, and that could get tricky.
And it's important to note the tech zone where riders can get new equipment, tires, for example, if they flat, is just coming up, and we'll see that the feed zone is coming up here shortly after they exit the single track, and it's not far from the tech zone to the finish. And we did see a lot of riders. This is a little ways away. There was talk that they would change where the feed zone is and the tech zone and add an additional one at the bottom of the descent, as we just were moving through that until just before we went to the map. And now this is our final piece of single track. It's wide open, and then you hit this final piece of single track, and certainly the battle will be to get into this first.
Yeah, that definitely will be the strategy for today. For those of you who don't understand or know the concept of what the XCO format looks like, we are racing here for as close to 90 minutes as possible, so the riders will be going through this lap multiple times, and so that's why we have that tech feed zone. In case there's any mechanicals, any issues like that, they can grab some support from their team, from their support crew members, etc., so that they can keep racing for today.
And here's our finishing off here at Geordie Lund Bike Park, and we're joined right now. They've started our call up. You can see right in the middle there, the number 1, who I think is a big favorite for Jen Jackson. I barely recognize her because she spent the full year in an international champions jersey. So who else have we got here?
This is Lori Arsenault, Pit Stop Racing Team. She is number 7 there on the left. Beside her on the right, we have race plate number 2. That's Emily Johnston. She's going to be also a contender for the elites today. Now number 3 rolling up to the line, Sandra Walters. She's
the OG.
Yeah.
The OG of Canadian XCO racing.
Indeed. Yeah, she's been racing since I started racing, way before, she's just been on the start line for so many races. I've always looked up to her, so it's really cool to see she's still out here racing. And, still on the front line, towing it.
Looking at number 5 there, in terms of, I noticed that the rider there just smoothing off, getting some traction for the rear wheel. It's very loose in this section here.
Indeed.
Just getting some of that rock away.
Yeah, that was Juliette, just making sure she's in the right gear as well, right? Just making sure that off the start you have your best chance of success. So trying to clear that gravel so you don't slip out, slip a pedal, lose traction right off the jump and then get dropped by the group instantly.
Looking at some of the tires there as well. I think that was particularly after some of our younger riders had just a flat tire festival essentially on that descent. I think there's been some adjustments made, although looking there's like some riders that are riding sort of that faster cross-country tire, like an Aspen, kind of a Maxxis Aspen type tire. And now we'll be talking about this a little as we progress through this.
Yeah.
There's 2 races, in fact, happening right. We have our U23 riders who are just being called up right there. That's Ella McPhee, I noticed, in the Continental Champions jersey of North America. Next to her is Marin Lowe. So yeah, 2 different races that we'll be calling today.
Yeah. So the elite women will take off ahead of the U23 women. One way you can tell the difference between the categories today will be the race plates. So the race plates that are white, this is the elite women. And then right behind them lining up right now, we have the yellow race plates, which is the under 23 women. So a lot of these quick racers, on Thursday's short track, we had an integrated group. Right. So the U23s raced with the elites, and we saw that Marin Lowe and Ella McPhee are right in there with the elites. They went Jennifer Jackson first, Ella McPhee second, Marin Lowe third for the short track, and that was integrated with everybody. So we have a really quick field ahead of us.
That's right. Yeah. So and Ella McPhee, who can just see, I just went off camera there for a second, but there's Sandra Walter waving. She herself is the World Cup leader right now for our U23 category. So there will be a gap in between these 2 categories. My understanding, 2 minutes between. So we'll have a couple different, but I would anticipate, our top U23 women will probably be moving quite close to the front in terms of our elite women and catching a number of them on their way forward.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to see the peak caliber of U23 racing today because Ella McPhee is actually leading the under 23 World Cup overall right now. So she is the fastest U23 woman in the world. So I would not be surprised to see her catching some of these elite women.
Yeah, we're spoiled in terms of our U23 women in Canada. I mean, there's 2 women here, 2 Canadians that aren't here on the start line because they do double duty. The Holmgren twins, Isabel and Ava, and they're also U23, although they may decide to race up into elite. But Canada is just such a force right now on the women's side, particularly the young women as well. But Jen Jackson certainly, I mean, you watch a lot of the World Cups. Jen Jackson is right at the front, top 10 consistently.
Yep.
And so, and she'll be looking to try to bring that jersey back to Europe. Emily Johnson there as well in the Scott jersey. Team Scott, she'll want to be taking that back to you. They know how much it is to have that national champion jersey on the World Cup. I heard that Jen interviewed after her short track win, and she even feels like it gives her almost a little bit, gets her a little bit more respect in the group. As Canada, we are been known as a force for cycling, especially mountain bike women. So, if you're the best in Canada, that commands a bit of respect.
For sure. Yeah, and Jennifer Jackson, like you said, she's been at the front of that World Cup group all year for the elite women. She's currently 6th in the overall World Cup standings, which is so incredible to see for Canada. I think this is extremely exciting for young girls across Canada to see and look up to, and it's just going to be so exciting to see the progression of Canadian cycling in the next few years. So, yeah, we're super lucky to broadcast this and get to see and show the talent that we have in Canada right now. Right now we're seeing Roxanne Vermette on camera. She is crushing it as well this season. She just got back from Europe, and she's racing for the Quebec team here. Her own formed team, Delta Marriott Mont Saint Anne. So Mont Saint Anne is in her backyard, that World Cup there, and she has grown up racing it, and it shows that she's got extremely talented skill on the bike and fitness, and it's really going to shine through today. So I think she could be quite a contender for these elite women as well.
The elite women's race is almost about to start. We saw the commissaire, the race referee, give the last moment instructions. They'll pull the ribbon out, and then they'll get a 30-second countdown, and then they'll say 15 seconds, and then it's any time after they say 15 seconds, they can blow the whistle and they'll go. Obviously, this field isn't massive, and so it's not going to be super hectic, I don't imagine, for the front runners. But it is a fast course, as now Jen Jackson is poised to take off into orbit and hope to get that Canadian red and white maple leaf back on her shoulders. And here's our chief commissaire right now, getting ready to blow the whistle. Again, 90 minutes, close to it, is what they're aiming for.
Yeah, so we are in for 6 laps today for these elite women. Off they go, looking strong already off that start.
And they'll make a quick left and then right, and they're on the main course. They won't come through this start section again now, and they brought the women forward, or the U23 women are now coming forward. You can see this is a bigger field, and so this is where the start will be more critical for these riders. They will come through the finish area on their start loop and then head out onto the main course. So we will see them come through. They'll go into that tech zone or bike park skills zone. We'll see how they navigate that. Jen Jackson has been taking it out in the short track. She just bossed the short track, ended up being in the front from almost the get-go, and said, well, if you can come with me, feel free. We'll see if she takes the same approach for this race.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see. So typically in a short track, you can play it a little tactical. You know, you can sit back and you can draft off people and do a little bit less work. But Jen just said, you know what, I'm strong and I'm powerful and I'm just going to sit off the front and keep doing the work. And she pulled the group the whole time. And then at the last minute, she said, actually, now I'm going to go full gas and just up the throttle. And so she ended up taking the win quite nicely there.
And then we can, just in front of our commentary booth, we can see them coming through for the first time. That was Jen Jackson is in the lead with Emily Johnson out front as our U23s now are just getting ready to go. So Jen Jackson got a clean start. Now they're getting the final instructions for our U23. Again, a combined race here for 6 laps. As they're getting the last minute instructions, that's Lily Boucher.
Yeah, there we see Lily on camera. She's racing for Easton Overland this year. She's enduro racer, fellow friend of mine who raced Enduro World Cup last year, and off they go.
Good clean start. Looks like everybody got away nicely.
Yeah.
A little bit of it's very loose there, so it's good to see that everybody got away. And
Jen, good start.
Looks like just through there, Jen Jackson. This is now panning back to our elite women. The technical section, they all made it through cleanly. Jen Jackson is at the front for that group, and they're going to head down now for a little bit of an out and back part of the course, and hit the main climb. So it'll be interesting to see if she like we talked about a little earlier, about the approach of going out really early and just seeing who can come with her and seeing it. I mean, really, I think we have to look to Emily Johnson out of the Comox Valley on Vancouver Island, racing for Scott. Graham mountain bike racing team, to see if she can come with her. Yeah,
I think Emily Johnson will be a tight, kind of the tight contender for Jen today. She's also a fellow World Cup racer on the scene. She came off of winning the U23 short track World Cup in Crans, Montana last year, and Emily was very strong U23 on the podium multiple times, 3 times national champ. So Emily just came off of her first under 20 result there. She got 18th in Andorra at the last World Cup. So I think she's excited on her form and she can do something cool today.
We just saw the U23 women come through, and they'll move over into that tech zone shortly. I think on the front was that Nicole Bradbury that was on the front. Actually, Ella McPhee was probably a little bit further down, still in the group. I mean, very early days, but wasn't out front quite yet.
Yeah, one who can definitely throw down power is Nicole Bradbury. She just actually won the U23 short track World Cup in Val di Sole this year, which was so exciting to see. And yeah, she's definitely a strong rider, racer. She's very skilled on the bike as well, so I think she could do something really special with the U23 race today.
Here are our U23 riders coming through our technical zone in the Geordie Lund Bike Park here, Langford Bridge, BC. Very, very loose. You can see the speed is not huge right here because it is just like marbles on over top of that dirt, and very, very loose.
Definitely. You have to be pretty strategic about where you're braking, especially in these sections. If you choose to brake too late, you can slide out quite quickly. Things can change. You're on the ground and your race just completely gets flipped upside down. But yeah, here we have an image of the lap course again here. So you can see they kind of start up that climb there, and then they weave their way down the descent, down Berm Reynolds, and then back in and around the kind of lake, little pond out here.
And it looks like a gradual climb, but it's not, right?
It doesn't feel that way when you're moving.
No, it's quite steep, and up where it says West Shore Parkway. That's the initial attack, and then it moves into slow burn, and quite pitchy in places, and again very loose around the corners, even on the uphill. You have to keep your wits about you, for sure.
Yeah, so you can see that the distance of each lap is going to be 4.7 kilometers, and then the elevation gain that they're doing per lap is going to be 142 meters. So they're doing that 4.7 kilometer lap with that elevation gain. They're going to be doing that. Elite women are doing that 6 times today, and then the U23 women are going to be doing that 5 times today.
And we saw with our U19 women lap time, and we had a world-class U19 woman, Raphael Carrière, who was doing lap times in 13 and a half minutes.
Yep.
So I anticipate will probably be, I'm sure the elites may go a bit faster, but she raced for a little bit shorter.
Indeed.
But it'll be somewhere in that 13 minute, I think, is what we're going to be looking for lap times.
Yeah, just over 12 minutes. Yeah. That sounds fair. That's, really fast laps. And the descent is so quick. It doesn't give you much time to recover today. So I think that'll be very interesting to see. I'm also curious to see how the athletes recovered after Thursday's short track, because it was a hot one.
Yeah, and the temperature now is just lovely for racing, right? Like we're kind of probably just around the 20-degree mark, but on a couple of days ago on Thursday for the short track, we were in the mid-30s. It felt like it was unseasonably warm here for Victoria. I don't think riders typically expect to get temperatures like that in Victoria.
No, exactly.
You expect those back in Ontario, but Victoria, I think it's going to be nice and temperate. But man, it was really, really warm here. So, they're getting a nice respite from the heat. It would be, dealing with very dry, hot, and even hot, dusty conditions makes it even more challenging.
Yeah, exactly. So I think today we'll be seeing a lot of exciting events on course regarding dust, tire choice, hydration, fueling throughout the race. And
yeah, I talked to Ella McPhee before the start, who's our U23, I would say one of our favorites for U23. She's going with a sort of with a mezcal, Victoria mezcal tire, so it has a little bit of extra beef to the rubber. We're a little bit concerned about some potential flat tires. So, these riders, it's a balance, because from an equipment side of things, you want a tire, the less rubber on the tire, the lighter the tire. Obviously it rolls faster, but you're doing the calculus in terms of flat potential, right?
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Yeah. I think cross country is such a balance between, you want something, you're still mountain biking, you're riding difficult trails, you want something that's going to be durable throughout your race, but you also want the lightest equipment, because you are trying to power down up those climbs as quickly as possible. So it'll be really interesting to see today, yeah.
And tire pressure as well is super critical. They're running in the high teens, a lot of these riders. Again, you want that suppleness of the tire with a lower pressure that can handle the corners well, and as well just roll over those bumps and absorb some of the bumps. But again, you're playing with fire. They have, of course, some of them will have inserts in their tires. Some of them will, everyone will have sealant, obviously, but there are holes. I mean, speaking for myself, unfortunately, my son raced the U17 race, and he got the sharp rock hole in the tire, and the sealant kind of managed it, but it was problematic, and we saw lots of flat tires. So, I think this race is that downhill Berm Reynolds is a blue.
Yeah.
It's not a really difficult descent, although if you're going fast, it's going to be challenging. But now with all the riding that's happened this week, they were manicured bermed corners last week. They are not manicured bermed corners today. No. They are very bumpy. A lot of rocks have come out. A lot of the rocks you cannot see. And so I think if I was a favorite and I was out front, I would be trying to press my advantage, because in the back of my mind, I would be thinking, I need to create a flat tire buffer.
Indeed.
I need to create I need to be able to suffer a flat, get it fixed, and then be able to maintain that lead.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a balance, and I'm sure the riders will notice that the track has probably changed even from the first time they rode that So it will be interesting to see how they can navigate the changing course over time, because multiple riders are doing multiple laps, right? We've
Yeah.
had already 4 races
Yeah.
this morning.
Hundreds of riders on these tracks, right?
Yeah.
Doing multiple laps. So,
Exactly.
this trail has been, these corners have been ridden thousands of times this
Yeah.
week, right?
Yeah.
And a great facility here at Geordie Lund Bike Park. You've got great amenities. It's a fantastic facility, and we will be seeing, I would say, in the next few minutes, we'll definitely be seeing our riders coming down and
Yeah.
tackling probably some of the steepest section of the downhill.
Yeah.
That has been showing some problems right now for some of these riders. And here they have it, our first rider through. We see some of those riders through. Well,
Yeah, that just looked like a shot of Emily Johnson passing through. And now behind we're seeing Lori Arsenault is there. I believe that was Roxanne just ahead of her.
it's the dust.
But yeah, the dust is covering.
This is so thick. And that's just 4 riders coming through. So
There's Emily Johnson riding off the front there.
I think in front of her, though, just ahead of her, you see a rider, Jen Jackson, just climbing that hill there. So Jen Jackson already with a bit of a gap.
Yeah, so I believe that looks like it could be our top 4. Jen in the lead, Emily second, Roxanne third, and Lori sitting in 4th for our elite women right now.
Based on what I see, it doesn't look like Jen Jackson's waiting around.
No, I could see her making a powerful move and just letting the group suffer behind her. I think she's going to mark a stamp on this year's championship for sure. Yeah, there she is.
So again, this is one of the last single track descents before the CHEK zone. It'll come into the feed zone. There's Emily Johnson looking good.
Yeah, not too far behind right now. It's looking pretty close still. But remember, we are about 12 minutes into a 90-minute race, so it'll be interesting to see.
Looking like Lori Arsenault looking really good.
Yeah. Yeah, strong showing. Yeah, there's been a strong showing for the Pit Stop racing team this year. It's been exciting. They're a Canadian-based team out of Bromont, Quebec. And, we just saw Eliane, their U17 woman, do the double win the XCC and the XCO. So that was exciting for their team today. So I'm sure Lori's kind of thriving off that energy and trying to go have a strong race as well.
Quebec is such a powerhouse in XCO right now. Like incredible pipeline of talent coming through on both the men and the women's side.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see. Yeah, and here we see Juliette and Sandra. So Juliette in front here and Sandra not too far behind.
And we'll expect to see our leaders coming through, our elite women coming through. Again, for those of you who just joined us, there is a separation between our U23 and elite women. This is just before the finish line, so this is a very critical point of the course. Looks like Jen Jackson there.
Yeah, so here comes Jen up to the finish straight here, so she'll be coming on through, finishing her lap 1 and going out for lap 2.
There's Emily Johnson there looking.
Yeah, not too far behind. Maybe 5 seconds separating the two right now, so it is still fully within. And Roxanne as well, gap about equivalent to Roxanne.
But again, it looks again, Jen Jackson has really taken out front. Going back to the bottom of the descent, we may catch some of our U23 women.
Oh, there they are, yep. So we just saw Ella McPhee followed right behind with Marin Lowe. There's Ella Myers coming around this corner here, number 64.
Jen Jackson now getting on to the skills section right now with a nice gap, taking a foot out.
Yeah, foot out might be the move for that one, honestly. Yeah. It's a little bit of a cyclocross tactic, it seems, in some of the sections with those flat corners. There goes Sandra. She overtook Juliette there, so now she's saying, actually, I think I'll take the front.
You can just see how dusty It looks like we've got more bunch racing behind a little bit. Some more riders together. This is in our U23 field that are moving through.
Yeah, so we're seeing the U23s come through right now. I think we just caught a glimpse of Ellie Clark and the Armada team there. And here we see Leah coming on through.
Looks like Marin Lowe there, the numbers. Oh, excuse me. Ophélie Grandmont is there.
Yeah, number 67,
Yep.
Ophélie. Yeah, so she's on that same team as Roxanne. They're that team based out of Mont Saint Anne, Quebec. Yeah, they're a pretty cool all-women's team as well. I think they're the only all-women's team right now in Canada. So
We see right there our two leaders in the U23.
yeah,
Ella McPhee and Marin Lowe, like two BC riders, two Squamish riders, grew up together riding.
yeah, they grew up together riding in Squamish, and then both of them went to UVic this year as well, which is out here on the island. So they also now ride the trails out here together. So it's pretty cool to see.
And they would know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they would know the trails here like the back of their hand.
Yeah,
right?
it can be a bit of a game today. I think it'll be really cool to see how they work together, but also can play to each other's strengths and weaknesses. There's Nicole Bradbury powering up that climb, looking super strong.
Winner of a short track World Cup this year.
Yep. Yeah. Wow.
We've got Lily Boucher coming through the interview.
And there goes Lori. Now we see, so you'll see riders reaching into their pockets for a gel there. So this seems to be like the spot along that finish straight where riders are choosing to take a gel, take that extra kind of nutrition for the race so that you can sustain the power you'd like for the whole 90 minutes.
That's something they'll have to probably think about, right, when they're doing their pre-ride. Like, where am I going to drink? Where am I going to take a gel? They're not pulling a lot of solid foods out, maybe?
No, definitely not. I think it's pretty tough to eat a granola bar when you're breathing out your eyes, but
The heart rate is 200 beats. Yeah, it's easy to get something down in liquid form right now.
yeah.
But again, yeah, the races are getting short. Back in the day, the races were a lot longer, but now the XCO is, like you say, they're trying to aim for about 90-minute race. So, but still, nutrition is important, and carbohydrates are important to get that energy into you to make it through the race.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, riders are aiming for anywhere from like 60-ish grams of carbs per hour. So, you're looking at having a couple gels throughout the race along with some drink mix in your bottle or something like that. So, yeah, it's really important so you don't start cramping and so you don't just blow up and get super, super tired before the race is done.
So the bike part, here we have the shot of Ella McPhee there, then that's Marin Lowe heading off into the climb now.
Yeah, still right together, just right on her wheel.
So yeah, there's a couple different tactics and approaches. Jen Jackson obviously doesn't want to risk it head off. Maybe Ella's and Marin are playing a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, and there we have Ella Myers riding solo off there. I think that puts Ella Myers in third for the U23 women right now. So that's pretty exciting to see.
Keely Hamilton out of Cranbrook. So a lot of riders, of course, from all over the country.
Yeah.
Competing here at the National Championships. Last time the XCO Nationals were held on Vancouver Island was in 2007. And Jeff Kabush, an island boy, won that. I think, and he's from the Comox Valley. We'll see later Carter Woods, probably also from the Comox Valley, will try to do the same thing.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was a Quebecer, Marie-Hélène Prémont, who won in the women's side. So
yeah. Yeah, Quebec has always been quite strong in the cross-country scene. I think it's pretty cool. They have their home World Cup, right, out in Mont-Saint-Anne,
Exactly.
Quebec. So growing up, getting to see riders, all the best riders across the world coming to your home, like, province is something that's so special, and it definitely breeds so much talent. So we definitely see tons of great riders from Quebec all across.
And here we are on the climb. That's Sandra Walter now making it around about midway. I think that camera shot is
Yeah.
up the climb. You can
Yeah.
see how twisty and switchbacky it is, though. And then again, those corners, just like they are in the downhill, are really, really slippery and loose. And so those athletes are going to be really having to focus managing their speed around the corner and putting down the power with the rear wheel when it is so loose is you can slide the rear wheel out, which is not what you want to do. You want that power to go under the trail and move you forward.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, we're joining you here from beautiful Langford, British Columbia, and it's the Geordie Lund Bike Park for the Kazlaw XCO Championships. There's the battle climbing right now between Ella
Wow.
McPhee and Maren Lowe.
Yeah, and they've already made their way through the elite women's field, and it's only they're going out for lap 2 here. So they are already sitting in with the elite women, which is so impressive.
What do you think on this course in terms of being, if you have the opportunity, if you're Maren Lowe, do you want to stay in the back? There's Nicole Bradbury. No, not quite.
Ella Myers.
Ella Myers, yeah, Ella Myers. Do you want to be in the back, or do you want to lead?
Yeah, personally, I think it's a little bit of a dice roll. Sometimes it's nice to take the back wheel on the climbs, right? Because you get to sit in and sometimes draft if there's a section where it's a little flatter. But on the descents, not being able to see the line you'd like, not being able to, maybe you're getting dust in the face or something like that, it's not so ideal in that scenario. So I think right now Maren's probably just seeing how she feels on that back wheel, and then she might decide if she'd like to try and make a move or if she's just comfortable right there.
There's Bradbury.
Yes.
He came in the shot there.
And here's Lily Boucher climbing up, leading this group of 2 here.
So down in the sort of outside of the top 2, they are seeming to stick together a little bit in the U23 race.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit more motivating as a racer if you can race with somebody, right? If you don't feel like you're riding solo and doing all the work, you can try to ride with someone. And like I said, sometimes you're taking maybe the back wheel and you're drafting a little bit, and then once you're feeling like you can pull, you can kind of work together with that rider, and you can work in the front for a little bit, pull for them, let them take a draft, and then you're switching back and forth, and that can help you maybe even catch the group in front of you.
And that climb is a bit pitchy in places. It's punchy little places where there's a little bit of up, but there are sections where it would be a benefit to be on a wheel.
Yeah.
Little short downhills, sort of false flat uphills.
Yeah. There we see Ophélie again coming on through. Yeah, especially just mentally, it can be a little bit more motivating when you're realizing someone else beside you is breathing just as heavily as you are. Because, yeah, when you're riding solo out here, sometimes it can be...
Jen Jackson taking the foot out. That's how loose it's gotten.
Yeah. She
didn't look that comfortable, did she? And she is one of the best in the business when it comes to downhill.
She is one of the best descenders on the cross-country mountain bike scene right now. And it shows. She's insanely talented in both the climbs and the descents, but it's looking like it's quite loose out there, because if the best in the world are having to put a foot out, I think that says something.
Emily Johnson came down, looked a little bit more comfortable there. And the gap, I think we're probably around 15 seconds is where it's sitting right now.
Yeah.
We'll have to check that as they come back through.
Yeah. So, yeah. We were lucky enough to be here at the Geordie Lund Bike Park today. We are also super lucky to have a full trail crew maintenance. Ace is the main trail builder here, and he gets to clean up these trails after we're done. But yeah, it's going to be definitely a lot of extra work for Ace after this race.
Was that Roxanne Vermette who
That-
just came through?
Yeah, that was.
So in third place, trying to improve, get it last year fourth.
Mhm.
So, you know, motivating to try to get onto that podium.
Yeah, for sure.
So
yeah.
Lori Arsenault there coming through.
Yeah.
There's Jen Jackson. Not looking. Oh, flat.
She's got
flat
a
tire.
rear flat tire. That's what's going on.
Okay, there.
Oh.
The drama. There's some drama. She's
That's why her foot's out. I said, Jen, I don't know about.
and but luckily, so she will be just coming into the pit. So
Yeah.
right, in the next 10 seconds. So this is making things interesting because Emily
Yeah.
Johnson, providing she's got air in her tires as well, I think that we're going to see a lead change here.
Yeah, we could. Here she comes. Yeah, so Jen, you see her behind just crossing back, and then here comes Emily up this little climb. She basically just has the one corner, and then she's going across that same flat section we just saw Jen at.
that's
so
where
she will catch her pretty quick. Yeah, so this will be interesting. Sometimes with the mechanical like that, it can give you that big kick of adrenaline, and you just throw down the hammer, or sometimes it can really mess with your head. And you know, I think this will be really a crucial moment for Jen and her team to give her a pep talk and let her get going.
And a rear wheel flat.
Yeah.
Not the easiest wheel to change, right?
No, exactly. Yeah, you've got to make sure that the gears are all aligned accordingly before you take off. And wow, look at that slip from Lori. It is loose. Yeah. And the other thing too is that the dust kind of settles, so you can't see the holes even in front of you, right? So I'm assuming in that case, Lori didn't even see she was going to slip, and then last minute she caught it.
So in all likelihood, Jen did, obviously she put her foot out on this corner that we're seeing here. She flatted somewhere on the descent, I would presume.
Yeah. I'm interested to hear where or when that would have happened, but I can assume it was on that descent. Probably just either hitting a corner too fast, like we said, and folding that tire off, or, okay, so here's Emily Johnson.
There's our lead.
Coming up.
There's our leader, taking advantage of the flat tire.
Indeed. So she will be leading going into lap 3. Here we go.
Now we'll see what the gap is right now.
Yeah.
A little bit of stress in the pit for Jen Jackson.
Yeah.
There we go. There's Jen Jackson.
So, wow, that was quick. They got that tire on very quickly for her.
Yep.
So here she goes. Okay. All right. Jen,
20 seconds.
roughly 20 seconds back. Okay.
So she's got some work. She's
Yeah.
got some work to do.
Definitely.
She showed early on that she could do it. She has the legs,
Exactly. Yeah, so. Yeah, that makes things exciting for both Emily and Jen today, because now Emily's dealing with the mental battle of okay, I'm leading this race. Here we go.
and probably wanting to be a little bit in control in terms of she doesn't want to. I don't think she wants to really push hard right now. She wants to maintain.
No.
Yeah.
You can't go above and beyond. Probably.
No, yeah. That can be the hard thing about these races as well, is just going a little too much over that throttle and going full gas off the start and forgetting that this is 90 minutes and you really do need to have endurance throughout the race. There's Roxanne coming around that loose corner. Here comes Sandra powering up through the finish.
And we saw that our U23 leaders were moving closely to Sandra, so probably get to see if Maren and Ella, there they are, Ella McPhee.
Wow. Yes. So they are catching. Wow, this is impressive racing here.
Getting close to the top 5.
Yeah.
Moving into the top 5.
They're already moving into our top 5 elite women here, which is so impressive.
And they'll be doing 1 lap fewer, so they're doing 5 laps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed, yeah.
So
I think that'll be a bit of a thing as well, as like the pacing of these U23s, they can go slightly over that edge and understand that they've got 5 laps rather than that 6 laps.
we just saw Ellie Clark of the Clark family dynasty of Canadian mountain biking.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, they have their awesome team based out of Ontario there, this CHC Armada. So
Was that Marie-Fée Saint-Onge there from Stimulus Truck coming through?
Yes. Also from Quebec.
Ella Myers. So Annabelle Drouin there coming through the finish. It's tight for our third podium spot in our U23 women. It's pretty tight. Right now.
Yeah. Oh, Roxanne looking strong, powering up for that next climb there. Here we go, Nicole. So there's that third place, I believe, for U23 right now.
But it's close.
It is close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so not too far behind Nicole, we have Catriana Marcotte from Ciboire. So Sherbrooke, Quebec.
Yeah. Lily Boucher came into view as well. So
wow, yeah. That's the thing, is this course is so fast that it's difficult to really get gaps and hold gaps on riders because things can change quickly. And, you know, you're playing with that edge of traction and you're trying to push. So a little slide out here or there and someone's right back on your wheel.
yeah, and on that climb even, you know, like we were mentioning earlier, it is a little bit of a speed limit around some of those corners.
Definitely.
So, you know, Jen Jackson coming to try to chase back Emily Johnson 20 seconds. There's only so many spaces on the course where she can really put down the power.
Yeah.
Other places she has to be a little bit more delicate. So
exactly.
It took her a while to build up a bit of a buffer. And so for her now, I think it's going to take her a lap or two at least to be able to come back.
Yeah, she's going to definitely have to be strategic about where and when she's pushing, right? Because, yeah, there is that speed limit that we were talking about.
It's almost.
Into the trees.
Yeah. Awesome. There we're seeing Dorothy Perron from Équipe de Québec from Gatineau, Quebec. So more Quebec showing. It's really cool to see. We do have a lot of girls out from Quebec representing on course today.
Nia de Martin, Équipe de Québec, Stimulus Trek is here as well, coming through just before our finish line.
There's Ophélie coming through the finish here. So U23 athlete Ophélie.
The next time I think we'll see our riders is on the climb. Coming up right now, we will. There's Jen Jackson pushing on. I believe there's still a gap though to Emily Johnston.
Yeah.
Jen Jackson now living in Up Island, just a little bit north of Victoria. So familiar with the trails as well. Duncan, I believe, is where she's out of.
Yeah, she's out in Duncan, right near kind of Mount Suhalem. Those trails out there is her local spot, and she just steals all the QRMs out there.
We just saw Laurie Arsenault, I think probably within 20 seconds of Jen. I think that the lead is still safe for Emily Johnson right now.
Here we have Ophélie dropping in to that corner.
So
yeah.
Drama early if you're just joining us. We are in the elite women, U23 women. Right now our leader is Emily Johnston, who took advantage of a rear flat tire of Jen Jackson.
Yeah.
Put herself about 20 seconds. We'll get a time check shortly on that. And came back and in our U23 race, we've got a two-woman race between Marin Lowe and Ella McPhee.
Yeah. Ella McPhee, Marin Lowe are wheel-to-wheel for this entire race so far. They've made their way up through. They started 2 minutes back, the U23 women, and Ella and Marin have made their way through half of the elite women's field already. And we were looking at 5 laps today for the U23 women and 6 laps for the elite women. And so far, they're heading out on to lap 3.
So right about halfway, getting close to halfway for our elite women, just past halfway for our U23 women.
Yeah. Now will be a pretty important part to see some fueling, see some hydration, you know. Everyone will kind of start to realize whether they're at that right level of effort, you know. If they're going too far over the edge, you might see some people starting to fall back through the kind of throughout the race, or you'll see some people start to just really throw some attacks
Yeah.
and go full throttle.
Well, certainly in our first two women, or U23 women, that'll be the question.
Yeah.
Is one of them just hanging on? Is Marin just hanging on to Ella's pace, or is she sitting back and just saying, this is
Yeah.
no problem for me?
Yeah, waiting for her moment to seize her chance. It's also pretty cool to see because they're both coached by the same coach, Catherine Pendrell, the national coach for Cycling Canada here. And yeah, it's pretty cool. They train together. They live out here. They've got the same coach. They both grew up in Squamish. They're both top U23 racers in the world. It's really, really cool to see. So it'll be fun to see how they kind of strategize today.
And that's what it becomes on a race course like this. If you're equally matched from a physical standpoint, it's become so much of that strategy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is, as we see right now, that's just before our finish line. It's maybe 100 meters from this corner
Yeah.
to the finish, up a climb. It's
Yeah.
so close. I think, you know, you want to be into the piece of single track there. And here, looking at a number of our U23 riders.
Yeah,
Seeing-
climbing their way up.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you can just see the power they're putting down up this climb and how loose it is, how you have to stop pedaling for moments
Yeah.
around this corner to not go too fast into it, which is, yeah, there's Lily looking super strong up that corner.
Just having to take the power off a little bit to tiptoe around that
Yeah.
corner so you don't quite go up. Yeah, the U23 field is pretty close right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely tight racing.
And oftentimes we talk about there's the actual finish line and there's the finish line before the finish line. That's
Yeah.
like there's a place where you really want to be first.
Yeah.
So talking about how close we are to that last piece of single track, it opens up, but only for about less than 100 meters, and it's on gravel, and then you get a little bit of pavement before the finish. So it's tight there. I think, you know, if you're Ella or you're Marin and you're quite evenly matched in strength, I think at this point you're starting to strategize a little bit and think in your head, okay, where am I going to throw down that attack? Where do I want to be first?
Oh, here we have Emily Johnston. We just saw a quick shot of Emily Johnston. Jen Jackson right behind her already.
Oh, she's on a good day. Jen Jackson is on a very good day. Now, what will be interesting, does she move straight past?
Yeah.
Does she move straight past or does she take a breather? Right?
Yeah, because that's the thing too. Jen's just put a little bit extra, you know, spice to her effort now, trying to power back to Emily. So what's she going to choose to do, right? Yeah. So there they are. You can kind of just briefly see them cutting into that forest. But yeah, they're going to be coming through the finish pretty shortly here, going out for lap 4.
Yeah. And again, I talked a little bit about it at the beginning. There's been so many flat tires this morning in other categories. Does she go again? I mean, I need to push on to get another gap just in case.
Yeah.
Just in case it happens again.
Yeah. Yeah, you were so right on calling that earlier. Like, maybe you make a gap just in case. And that's exactly how it worked out. And here she is, just powering back to the group and, yeah, getting back where she wants to be in first place.
But you must, you can see on portions of this course right now, and Jen Jackson now out front, looks like.
Yeah, it looks like she just made a move. I'm assuming she made a move up that gravel pitch, kind of going up into that little trail where we said it might be nice to make a move. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, but that was a pretty big gap. I'm hoping we don't have another flat tire on Emily Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, trade exchanging flat tires.
Yeah, no.
There's Ella and Marin though, locked in. And Marin's been the follower today.
Yeah, Marin's happily just been right behind there. You can see Marin pumping and flowing over everything, just cruising.
Both of them even have a cross-country ski background. They both ski, really know each other backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
And like you say, grew up in Squamish.
Here's Roxanne. Nice.
This would be our third on the trail right now.
Yep, for elite.
In our elite women.
Yep. Yeah. Roxanne's another one who's got extremely good skills on the bike. Riding with her is always super fun because she can go so quick on those descents, and it's really sweet to see.
And if you're in the if you're in her shoes, all of a sudden you see Jen Jackson ahead of you.
Yeah.
And what maybe giving a little bit of extra motivation to try to move forward. But again, 4th place last year, so she's going to try to maintain that position to get on the podium
Yeah.
here this time.
Yeah, so the podium today will be the top 3 riders from each category, so we'll see the top 3 from U23.
There's Jen Jackson here
there's
moving
Jen.
through. We'll get a
Wow, back in the front. Look at her looking so smooth and strong up that climb. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah.
and looks like we've got
and
Emily
now-
Johnson's come back.
Yeah,
It's
Emily
still
Johnson.
pushing. No issue for Emily Johnson by the looks of it. About 5 to 10 seconds between the two, but Jen Jackson didn't waste any
Yeah,
time.
wow.
Didn't waste any time.
No, she must have made 5 seconds into Emily just up that climb and then just really pushed on that quick downhill as well and just
Trying to pad a little bit of an insurance policy again
Yeah.
so that if she has another problem.
And there's Sandra coming around. Nice.
Oh.
Oh, look at foot out again. Yeah, she's just going finding the full speed on all of these corners here. And Roxanne coming in, yeah, so 3rd place for Roxanne right now, looking super strong as well up that climb.
About 45 seconds out of second.
Yeah. Wow.
So Roxanne looking good right now. As we're pushing through right now. They're halfway
Yeah.
for the elite women.
Yeah.
Our U23 women will be coming through and seeing the 2 laps to go for them.
Yeah. And it's a bit of it's not only a national championship, but this also matters for selections for world championships as well for some of these riders. So you'll see that they are going to really fight for every position because it does count when you're battling for a spot at the world championships. Here we go, Ella and Marin coming up the climb. Both still just right
Nothing
there.
between them. Nothing between them at all. And Marin looks very, very comfortable.
Yeah.
Now, would you say, from a skill standpoint, who's the best? What parts of the course suit one? Or are they just that close? Is Ella maybe a bit of a climber or what?
Yeah, I would say Ella is a bit of a climber. You know, she thrives up longer climbs, and both being from Squamish, they both have incredible skills. Marin's also incredibly talented at climbing as well. Like, it's so hard to say, but technically, skill-wise, Marin is exceptional.
Okay.
She is probably one of the most skilled mountain bike riders I've ridden with, period. So I think she's got insane talent on the descents, and she can do something special if she wanted to. But
And the dynamic is a little different here when you come to nationals versus a World Cup. At a World Cup, Ella has very strong riders that she can follow. Obviously, she's winning some of them as well.
yes,
But she's not the one who's always setting the pace. She can be following the pace. But
Exactly.
she now needs to set the pace.
yeah,
And sometimes that, you can push yourself when you're behind somebody more than you can when you're having to set the pace. So
exactly.
so Marin has the luxury right now of just, well, I don't know if it's a luxury sitting on Ella McPhee's wheel, but she has she at least she can hold that pace and not have to think about setting it. Right?
Yeah,
Not having that capacity, not
Yeah.
using any of that attention to think about, I'm
Yeah.
going to go this fast here or not. I'm just following.
Yeah. And Marin is such a confident rider. She has no fear riding on someone's wheel, following their line. I'm sure she trusts Ella's line choice. So she doesn't have to think much about it, right? She can just sit on that wheel, follow it, and let her brain kind of just think about the effort she's giving and breathe and go and work. But Ella has to think a lot more about these other things right now, right? She's thinking about her line choice. She's thinking about her pacing. And then she's also thinking, is Marin still with me?
And she's also not seeing the lines that Marin's taking.
No.
Marin has that ability. If you're comfortable riding behind, she might be learning. Marin might be learning from Ella and going, Well, I'm just going to try this line.
Yeah,
Next lap, I'm
exactly.
going to get in front, and I'm going to take this faster line that I've scoped out.
Yeah, exactly. There they are again. Yeah. So you can see they're just riding, neck and neck together.
And Ella's looks like she's comfortable doing the work
Yeah.
in terms of leading. She's
Yeah.
not doesn't look like she's wants
Yeah.
Marin to come in front.
Yeah, Ella looked very, very strong in the short track the other day. And she's told me in the past that, short track's not really, she doesn't love short track so much. She prefers the longer format.
Yeah.
And her looking strong like that in a short track and then coming here, I'm thinking she's feeling good. So she's probably got no trouble leading for a little bit. But yeah,
Lily Boucher coming
through
the start finish here in front of our broadcast.
yeah. And Ellie Clark right behind there.
So a lot of close
Yeah.
racing right now. Sandra Walters heading out on the climb.
Yeah. There we see Annabelle Drouin again from Ciboire, Quebec.
So right now our top three in the women, we've got Jen Jackson leading, Emily Johnson, and then Lori Arsenault right now are our top three. And again, if you're just joining us, Jen Jackson was out early and then suffered a flat tire. You were saying,
I think Roxanne might be.
oh, you've got, that's right, excuse me, yeah. Roxanne, fourth place last
and then
year.
fourth place
Yeah.
is Lori Arsenault right now.
Right.
I believe.
Pardon me.
That's so. But yeah, we're seeing some very exciting racing. One thing to consider too for our U23 race is Ella McPhee's never had a Canadian national jersey before. She hasn't won a national championship just yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Marin Lowe has actually been two-time national champion as junior, continental champion as junior, but now moving into the U23s, Ella is looking to get that jersey this year. So
Nice. And of course, that means so much, taking it over to Europe. Ella's on a European team and racing, all the big races representing the Canadian flag on her jersey. I heard Jen Jackson talking a little bit about that after her short track victory and how that gives you a little bit more gravitas, gives you a little bit more space sometimes, even a lot of respect
yeah.
for that jersey.
Yeah, it gives you a pretty cool jersey to wear and put on your wall. That's
right,
that too.
Yeah.
Speaking of those jerseys, Jen has more than enough of them. She has won Enduro National Champion. She has won XCO National Champion, XCC National Champion, and the XC Marathon. So I think Jen has seen.
She's always got something to wear.
Yeah, no shortage of those jerseys for Jen. There we see Ophélie coming up through the finish again. Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the riders choosing to stand still through that climb, some choosing to sit. I mean, sometimes you choose a spot on the track where you do just want to stand, switch up those muscle groups, and, put some power down to just feel strong.
Well, but you can't really stand on some of the parts of the initial attack single track climb.
Yeah.
You'll just your rear wheel will just spin out. It's just that loose in some spots.
Yeah. Yeah, so definitely being strategic about sitting, standing, where you're powering down, where you're braking, how heavy are you braking.
Yes.
There we see going into that start of that climb under the arches there. Oh, I thought we just saw a crash over one of those rollers.
Oh, let's
okay.
hope not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody made it through. That's good.
I wonder if so far it doesn't seem like we've seen like any other mechanicals or drama. Hopefully, knock on wood, it's
maybe
that
something
way.
off camera, but in terms of affecting our leaders, it's been pretty good. No, I wasn't surprised to see a flat.
No.
Because we have seen so many.
Yeah.
There's Dorothy Perron coming through right there from the Équipe du Québec and the Ottawa Bicycle Club, OBC. The riders right now, our leaders in both the U23 and Elite, are at the top, heading towards the descent on the course right now, if not on the descent. So the next time that we will see them will be coming down. And See a rider, they may be pulling back markers with the 80% rule. Some of these riders may be in jeopardy of getting pulled early. They'll still get a placement, but it's just to avoid any lap traffic impeding some of the riders in the front.
Yeah, so at the national level events like this, the 80% rule comes into effect, meaning if you're within 80% getting lapped here, like if you're going to be getting lapped by the leader, they will pull you from the race so that you don't interfere with the leader's race, which, it's cutthroat when you're racing against the 6th place person in the world and you're trying not to get lapped by her. So you've got to be on pace for sure.
Yeah, for some riders, it's just finishing on the lead lap. They come here and they're like, I just want to finish on the lead lap with some of the best in the world and measure that up, because 80% is not hard. There's Jen Jackson, speaking of one of the best in the world, looking really good. Comes off our descent with air in both the tires.
Yeah, pumping and just flowing over everything, looking pretty effortless.
So, an enduro national champion. Enduro, of course, the discipline that you're familiar with, but it's timing the downhill sections of the course. So, obviously familiar with going downhill very well.
Yeah.
And I think Jen comes also from a cross-country ski background. There's quite a number of riders that we talked about. Ella and Maren also doing it. Jen reached a very high level of cross-country skiing.
Yeah, she was national team as well for that, I believe, living in Canmore and pursuing that. Yeah, her mountain bike career really has been, I think it was since 2017, which if you think about it, some of the U23 racers have been racing for mountain bikes for longer than that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jen, she just has insanely good fitness from skiing. She comes over to biking. She starts mountain biking. She's doing really well. And then she's just worked on her skills over the years, and she's insanely skilled now, like one of the best in the world, we're talking. So
look at her go.
She's the full package.
Yeah, indeed. So a couple laps ago, we saw her come down here struggling a great deal with no air in the back tire. Now looking like she's in complete command and control. Emily Johnson, we have her as second at the moment.
Yeah. And another thing to consider as well is that we're seeing such strong presence within our national racing for women here, and we're coming up on, we just finished an Olympic year, but we're going into 2028, looking for Olympic spots, and the better our nation does for racing on the world level for points, the more spots we get for those Olympics. So right now we're doing so strong, and last Olympics only had one spot, which was given to Isabella Holmgren.
Yes.
But coming up on these next few years, it looks like we could secure many more spots by the presence of Canadian cycling.
I saw that Emily Johnson coming through around about 25 seconds behind Jen Jackson. And there they are, the two U23s.
Yeah.
Oh, just saw
Still together,
just
riding neck and neck. Look at them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, just Ella standing, Maren matching, Ella powering down, Maren matching. On the descents, Ella's pumping, Maren's matching. It's insane to see.
Are you surprised that Ella doesn't want Maren to take a turn in front?
Oh, I am. I honestly, if I was Ella, I'd say here. Oh, here's Jen getting cheers from the crowd as she powers down through back to the front of the group with a stamp on it too, because she's got the front, and we are starting a clock for how far back Emily Johnson is right now, because Jen has really just put a number to it.
Yeah, it's looking 2 laps to go for Jen Jackson now coming through.
Yeah.
Our U23s who were just coming in. This will be the final lap. So is Maren Lowe going to make the move, or is Ella McPhee just has a little extra in the tank and will push on to create a gap?
I wish we could get a little, GoPro to see exactly what they're doing and how they're matching each other. There's Emily in second
45 seconds behind right now Jen Jackson. So for those just joining, Jen Jackson had about a 25-second lead, flatted, then had a 20-second deficit, and now a 25-second lead. And we'll put a watch on our next rider coming through.
Should be Roxanne Vermette from Quebec with her Delta Marriott Mont Saint Anne team. Yeah, those pink jerseys, that's what you're looking for Roxanne in third place, and Ophélie as well in the U23 category.
As you see the riders, the camera shot right now, that's of the climb. I'm sure Jen Jackson's just counting down how many times she has to go through. There's Lily Boucher.
Or is that Lori?
Oh,
No?
excuse me, yeah.
That's, yeah. Oh, nice, yeah. So maybe Lori's sitting in third right now.
We'll catch them through.
Yeah,
we still
we'll
haven't had
see
our third place rider come through yet.
Oh, there it is. No, so there it is. Yeah, Roxanne Vermette is in third right now.
So
coming up the
about a minute.
back for Roxanne.
Yeah.
Nice.
Here's our battle, our U23 battle. Look
so
at
they're
them.
catching third place in our elite women's race.
Bell lap.
Wow. Yeah.
Bell lap.
Oh, this is exciting for our U23 women.
Super exciting.
So much on the line.
Yeah.
Ella's looking for her first ever national champ jersey. Marin Lowe's looking to have her third to the collection. And Marin's been sitting there with Ella the whole race. Now I wonder if, like you're saying, she's been watching the lines. She's been looking at where Ella's pushing and where she's kind of sitting and just strategizing when and where she wants to make her move.
In about 13 minutes, we'll know.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, Ella did well in the short track, and so she knows this little bit of a sprint well. Marin was just behind, but again, they're coming through. Marin's been second. I think it's an uphill sprint. If they were coming together on a flat sprint, I'd say Marin would be pretty handily be able to take it.
Yeah.
But adding that little difficulty of going up a hill, and then of course positioning.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if they fight for the position into the single track to be first, or if Marin is just going to go all in for one big move.
Yeah, and our finish straight, one thing to consider is it's not too wide. It's a little bit of loose gravel leading into it. It's not very flat, like you said, so you don't have the biggest run-in for a sprint finish. It's not, a perfect sprint scenario, so you might want to make your move sooner. But then you're risking having someone right on your back wheel, and they can pull out and try to pass you when you're maybe not expecting it.
Exactly. So here comes Sandra Walter. I have her in fifth right now.
Nice, yeah.
We just saw...
Yeah, so it looks like it's for our elite women's race, Jen, Emily, Roxanne, Lori, and then Sandra sitting in fifth.
Lori trying to improve on the seventh place that she saw last year. A little bit of work to do, though, if she's going to try to get onto the podium.
Yeah. Chase back to
There's our
another
fourth.
Quebecois.
That was our Lori there.
Here we have Ella Myers powering up. So she is, I believe, third place for our U23 women. Also going out for her last lap.
There they are.
Yeah.
Probably our most dynamic or closely fought race right now.
Yeah.
Is in our U23s. Will it be our World Cup winner, Ella McPhee, that takes it?
Or Marin Lowe, who in our previous World Cup that just happened in Andorra, we saw Marin come with an 8th place, which was awesome performance. And Ella McPhee unfortunately slipped a pedal off the start line of that race, and she ended, I think it was around 13th. But she was able to hold on to her overall title and still be the leading.
And the conditions here, dry. It was dry in Andorra, but we are about as close as you can get to sea level here.
Yeah.
And Andorra, it's the rare air altitude race. And so I know a lot of the racers that we're talking about, like Jen Jackson was in Andorra, Ella McPhee, Marin was in Andorra as well. So they've come from the thin air, probably really liking being in this thicker air where you can, but the tactic is different when you're at sea level. You can actually push a lot harder. You don't have to manage your energy and your efforts quite to the same as you do at altitude, where you can really fade.
Yeah.
So really enjoy getting back down to sea level.
Yeah. Yeah, there's Lori. So, yeah, we can just see how dusty it is. Riders wanting to drop a foot, Nice.
So right now they are on the climb. Our leaders.
This is the
Looks like right now, again, our top 2 women in our elite race
There's
is
Lily Boucher.
Lily Boucher, are you in the U23 category?
Rounding out 4th or 5th, or 5th for the U23 women, I believe. Looking super strong. This is Lily's first year racing XC right now. She was full-time enduro last year, made the switch to XC, and she's performing extremely well in a stacked field. Oh, we see some dust on 63 coming through the finish in front of us. Looks like she had a bit of a crash. Katriana Marcotte maybe had a
looks
bit
like
of
she
a
went down.
crash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no.
It's so loose, and then when you go down, you've got all that perspiration,
Yeah.
and all that dust just sticks to you. It's
Yeah.
very, very obvious. I think here
Yeah.
doesn't look like Annabelle Drouin has gone down. She's able to keep it up. We might see around that bottom corner. You just look
Oh,
at the dust. It's
yeah.
just really difficult, and that is a very technical, difficult corner
Yeah.
that our riders have to navigate. Coming down with a lot of speed, very steep, just where that sun is hitting the trail. Super rocky.
Yeah.
And look at
Oh, there she is. She crashed off course through the tape and had to pick her bike back up and come back through. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she must have completely just washed out and slid sideways.
Yeah, there's nothing for traction there. There really isn't, and you're coming down with so much speed.
Ugh. There we
And
go.
having to make that really hard left-hand corner.
Yeah. Wow. So yeah, all of our U23s, just a reminder, are going out or on their last lap of today, lap 5.
Oh, we've got a rider here being pulled.
Yeah.
That's the number 6 there. That's Leah Bouchard for Specialized QXC Racing out of Alma, Quebec. Again, we talked about the 80% rule. They're trying to avoid having lap traffic on the race. It is a bit cruel, but
Yeah.
it's just a necessity to keep the course clear for our leaders.
Yeah, and keep racers safe. There on camera, you could see Catherine Pendrell briefly off to the right. She is the OG Canadian hero for cross-country mountain biking, especially for women. She's Olympic bronze medalist. She's been world champion, World Cup overall winner. She's national team coach right now, so she's giving back all of her knowledge to these young riders, and it's honestly showing through, right?
And the 2 riders that she coaches are duking it out in our U23 field.
Yeah, so it is so cool to see. So great to have her out here. She also went to UVic, went to school out here, so she's familiar with the riding in Victoria, which is pretty cool too. Yeah, so there we see Katriana, the rider.
Faller,
Yes,
the rider
who
went down. Well, it's good to see she's up and riding, and
Yeah, hopefully her bike and her body are okay after that one. Seems like she's riding out of it quite strong, so that's good. Yeah.
oh,
Wow.
that'll take a bit of laundry. There's a little.
Oh, if the sweat wasn't enough for the laundry, now you can cover it in dirt and dust as well. Hopefully no blood, though.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she looks okay that she's carrying on. And we'll be catching the action from the last bits of the course where it'll be really critical for Ella and Marin to come through. So yeah, we'll be able to see that action. And
yeah, I'm really excited to see where they make their move. I'm on the edge of my seat.
yeah, again, 2 Squamish natives.
Yeah.
The story is they know each other backwards and forward.
Yeah.
Both go to UVic. Both train in Victoria. Both have the same coach. There's Jen Jackson.
Oh, wow, yes.
Her jersey's not dirty.
No,
Looking
thank
like
goodness.
it's very clean. Looks like she's had a nice ride so far. And when she comes through again, she will be getting the bell lap, our final lap for Jen.
Yeah, that's the thing, too. Jen's jersey is not dirty, so her flat luckily didn't come from something too crazy. Hopefully it was just something like a,
Rider right now on the descent having a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
just
behind
skidding
the
out.
tree
Yeah,
there.
looking. Yeah. Didn't look like they came off, but
maybe
just
another
getting
flat.
could be or caught up in the tape. Not sure what right now. But they're not in a good spot.
Yeah.
That is about a spot you to stop. Is that Ellie Clark right there climbing? I think that.
Number 6. That was Nicole Bradbury.
Sorry, excuse
Also
me.
from CHC
Yeah,
Armada,
same-
though.
yep,
So
yep.
same kit. Yeah.
Yep. Nicole, winner of a short track race,
Yep.
World Cup this year.
Yeah, this year. Yeah.
So if we just saw her up the climb, then we know that right now we're very close to the leaders coming down
Yeah.
of Ella and Marin. They're going to be very close,
Yeah.
coming into view any moment now
Yeah.
on the descent.
These two riders are putting on a show for us today.
It's been a lot of fun watching this battle. And I spoke to Ella before, and she, I said, oh, it'll be close with you and Marin, and she said, I hope so.
Yeah.
So she's getting what she wished for.
Oh, yeah.
There's Emily Johnson right now picking up some lap traffic right now, or an elite second place on the road
Yeah.
right now from out of the Comox Valley, racing for Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got beautiful weather here today. Temperatures have been great for our athletes this morning.
Yeah, we're looking at about 20 degrees, mostly cloudy, some sun, nothing too crazy. Yesterday was extremely windy, so we were a little concerned about that. Oh, here we are.
They were off their bikes with Marin and Ella. There was something happened there, but they were all together.
Yeah.
But just for a moment there at the bottom of the descent, looked
Yeah.
like they got off their bike for a second. Maybe it was to avoid that rider. Could have been still there.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened, but they are locked in.
A bit of
our
a
two
bar
leaders.
to bar situation, trying to pass.
Here comes
Here's
Jen
going for her last lap. Wow. So she's going to hear the bell as she goes out. Jen's going to be finishing.
And we've got our two leaders there at the front. We can see them.
Wow,
Look
yeah.
at the attack.
So we can see Marin charging right behind Ella.
Is
Ella's
she going to try to come by right now? That's the big attack. They're out of the saddle.
Oh, and Marin's just trying, but Ella's saying, no way, not today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting. Okay.
So this coming out of this, they're into the single track now. Looks like Ella managed to hold that lead.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll come out through the feed zone. There's another, then it's a little bit of less of a rise.
Yeah.
Here they are together. Did she get any gap?
Okay. That's
Marin
in front.
Marin in front.
Okay, so Marin did do something up that last climb. Oh my gosh.
Just got into the single track first, looking like Marin low
come
right
on.
now. The shadow has come out of the shadows.
Is there dust on the back of Ella's shorts though?
I don't know. We'll
There's
see if it is a gap. I don't think she came off. They were together. Marin Lowe, who was just behind all race long, looks like she punched it in for that last section of single track, and now is coming up. If she can maintain this, she will exit, I think, in first and take the jersey. Ella McPhee denied perhaps, but she's got to come back. She's got to come back on that flat open road section. Or
Ella's trying to recover on this descent. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's Emily Johnson.
Emily Johnson, our second
going up
place.
for her last lap for elite women. And then not too long now, we will see up that same climb we just saw Emily, we will see Marin and Ella coming up that charge.
Yeah, they may have made themselves up into third place here. We've got a rider getting pulled for lap traffic.
I'm also curious if Ella's going to try and recover on that very short descent and feel some power for her sprint, or if she just emptied her tank on all that climbing and all that leading.
Didn't look like she had an answer.
Yeah.
And Marin just had that power sitting back.
Marin played the game of strategy today. It looked really...
Jen Jackson now heading out onto her last lap onto the climb.
Comfortable.
Yeah, looking.
Right
yeah,
here it is. Here's Marin
Lowe. Here's
coming through to claim the championship.
There it is, Marin Lowe, racing for Live Factory Racing out of Squamish, BC, taking it. Oh, you're right. Ella McPhee had some dust on the side. She must have gone down.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a finish.
What an exciting race. Oh my gosh.
So when we saw them earlier off, Ella must have fallen off. She must have come down.
Yeah.
Even though she maintained the front position.
There's comes Roxanne, third place.
Yeah,
for
coming in for
elite women, going out for her last lap.
Last one.
And so we're looking for our third place for U23s here. I think right now it's Ella Myers sitting in third place, and so she'll round out the podium for the U23 women if she stays in that position.
So exciting, but it'll be interesting to hear from Ella what happened.
Yeah, I'm very curious to hear I'm wondering if it was anything to do with that other rider that was down, if she wasn't expecting it and ended up coming around and having to brake last minute, or if it was going for a pass and then bars connected, or, you know, if it's just I'm fatigued. I've been leading this whole race and all of a sudden one bad line and you're on the ground. There's Nicole Bradbury charging through. She'll also be finishing her race, Nicole Bradbury. I think she's in 4th right now. But there's Ella Myers, our current 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish strong. Looking like being conservative right now.
Yeah.
But lots of drama at the front, and look at how
Wow,
much. Again, I
yeah.
think they rode themselves into 3rd place.
Yeah.
They were our 2 U23 women.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have ridden their way into 3rd for the elite women. There's Nicole, still standing up this last
Yeah, it has
climb.
the energy. It's great.
Oh, wow.
There's our
Yeah,
champion there,
there's
Marin Lowe.
chatting to her dad and her dog after the race.
And looking like a clean kit.
Yeah,
like at
thank
the finish
goodness.
there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Marin's been having such a strong ride with Live Factory this season. I remember chatting to her at the start of the year when she signed with the team. She was so excited. All women's team, you know, great support at the World Cups. She gets to race with another U23 racer from Australia, I believe it is, and just has a blast. Like, she's one of the funnest people on the World Cup circuit.
Yeah. And happy bike races are fast bike races.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, there we see that's Nicole coming through here. So I don't know. I think Ella Myers might have secured that 3rd place. We'll see her coming through. There's that finish line there.
There's Sandra Walter heading out onto her last lap. Again, welcome to, if you're just joining us, we've just had an exciting finish to
Yeah.
our U23 women's race. Marin Lowe taking the victory.
And here's Ella Myers coming in front of us below us here. We see Ella finishing through the finish straight here. 3rd place. Ella Myers from Alberta. Racing for Gravity Academy. Wow.
So a Western affair
Yeah.
on the podium for our U23 women.
Yes, and Ella Myers is also living in Victoria right now too. So
What's in the water? What's in the water?
Yeah.
Emily?
it seems to be a good place to be out here, hey?
Well, year-round riding, right? A lot of the winters are pretty mild,
Yeah.
and these riders have been on this track training. There was a test event here in March, so
Yeah.
getting to know the trails certainly isn't harming their chances.
No, that's for sure. Wow. Yeah. Impressive to see these riders standing up this last climb. It's steeper than it looks on the screen. It always is, but yeah, it's after 5 laps of this, 6 laps for our elite women, being able to stand and power down up that is so impressive.
A little bit of pavement there too, so they don't have to worry too much about traction.
Yeah. And there we have it, coming down across us, in front of us, below us here, Nicole Bradbury. Yes, there she is, finishing 4th place for the U23 women.
So the Callan Hill Cycling Armada, they did a 3-4
Yeah.
in the race. Yeah.
Yeah.
So great to see some domestic racers, like domestic teams,
Yeah.
right amongst it. Of course, Nicole doing very well.
Yeah, from Ontario.
Here comes our 5th place rider, Ayana
Yeah.
Gagne for Ciboire qui roule. So close between.
Yeah, quite close actually. Yeah. It was. Yeah, wow.
So
our
Jen
fe-
Jackson, go ahead.
Our first East Coast finisher, Nicole Bradbury,
Okay.
Ontario, CHC. For
We're a
4th
bit
place.
biased here as
Yeah.
BC people, but
No.
yeah.
Well, we've seen some domination from the Quebecois crew.
In the younger races,
Yes,
they
in
were
some of
all-
the younger
yeah, yeah,
races,
yeah.
so it's good. There we go, Juliette Tétrault, yes, going out for her last lap here.
Yeah.
Lap 6.
And what does it mean, like, to take that jersey over again for Marin? She'll be able to wear it all of next year and
Yep.
the remaining World Cups and any other races that she does. So,
Yep.
it's an honor to wear that jersey.
Yeah, it'll be very special. It's also extremely special when you had to beat Ella McPhee to
Yeah.
get that jersey, right? She's leading the overall, and so that's really cool to see. Like, they each get a jersey. Ella
That's
McPhee
right.
can have the leader's jersey for the World Cup,
And the Continental
And
and the
the-
Continental champion as
Yeah,
well, right?
yep.
Yeah.
yeah, it may have been too crowded, with everything.
Yeah, you had to give her too many choices. Do I wear my national championship jersey? Do I do my Continental champions jersey? And of course, there's the World Cup leaders jersey as well.
Yeah, so, wow. What an exciting event, though, like, to see the way Marin strategized throughout that race. Shows that they're both young riders, but they're very smart as well.
And I
And-
think we eventually will get some post-race
Inter-
interviews. So
Yeah.
we're curious. I'm sure people at home are curious about
The
what
dust.
happened.
Yeah.
Why are you covered in dust, Ellen
Yeah.
McPhee? And I think it happened at the end. They were both off their bikes and
Yeah.
having to get off.
Yeah.
So again, Jen Jackson is still on course, completing her final lap, her 6th lap. Some drama there with having to overtake Emily Johnson after suffering from a flat. And there she's got,
Wow.
now she's made it down. She's breathing
Yeah.
a sigh of relief.
Look at her just jumping and flowing, and she looks so calm and relaxed, which is so impressive. She's bearing herself redlined, but you cannot tell. She looks so comfortable, composed on the bike all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's that background of the multi-sport background and the enduro background, right?
Yeah.
So the cross-country ski gives her the lungs on the way up
Yeah.
and keeps the heart rate down, and then all that enduro just kicks in
Yeah. Yeah, it's
to keep her smooth.
really cool to see.
So we've got our finishers here, Marie Saint-Ange,
For
Fin-
Stimulus.
which is an Ontario-based team. I see
Yeah,
yourself out of
Stimulus.
Quebec.
Yeah, Stimulus CHEK. The team that the Holmgrens were on previously,
Right.
Isabella and Ava.
Ava and Isabella on that team.
Yes.
Looks like that. Lily or Emily Johnson making her way up. Here's Jen
Wow,
Jackson.
Jen's coming around this last corner here on that kind of last single track bit, so she's going to be pretty soon through our finish, which is incredibly impressive. Some of the U23s are still just wrapping up, and Jen's finishing now. Shows you the level that she's at.
There's Sandra Walter there now pushing up this climb. I'm sure happy that she has to only do this little part left right now.
Yeah.
Annabelle Drouin finishing here from Ciboire.
Wow. I'm excited to hear the story from Jen about her race because she had to push to, break away after that flat. And I'm also interested to hear how that flat happened. What went wrong? Where
And
it
some
happened.
kudos to the pit crew
Yeah.
because they obviously did a reasonable job of changing it. It
Yeah.
wasn't all that stress. Well, she able to make it back.
Yeah.
Probably only 30 seconds, maybe.
Yeah.
She had about a 20-second gap. And
Yeah. Well, there's
Right.
Emily Johnston now coming through the same spot we just saw Jen flowing through. So also closing in. Should be done pretty soon here.
out of Comox.
Yeah.
That,
Another island. Yeah, local.
yeah, and she's been racing for many years, cyclocross and mountain bike
Yeah.
up and down the island. Started doing a lot of the Island Cup series and both, cyclocross and mountain bike, and
Yeah.
it's really developed into a fantastic rider. Moving on
Yep.
to the
Yeah. Emily Johnson got third at World Championships last year, so she's
oh,
been
Jen
playing-
Jackson's coming
Here's
through right
Jen.
now, finishing right now. Your
wow.
2025 national champion comes across from Orbea.
Jen Jackson, another jersey added to her collection. Wow.
Amazing. She
So impressive.
out front for the first 2 laps, got a flap, and still was able to finish it off
Yeah.
to take the national title again, to take the jersey back onto the World Cup circuit.
Yeah.
The double champion, right? She
Yep.
won the short track
Yeah.
and now the national XCO championships.
Yeah.
There's Emily Johnson just getting down
Yeah.
Sure, just thinking I just need to get down air in both tires.
Yeah.
As
Last little stretch before I get a break.
Yeah. Yeah, moving up into the elite categories right now is Emily Johnson out of the U23. So
Yeah.
nice way to start.
Yeah,
in your
first
elite,
year U23
second place.
or first year elite. Yeah,
Yep.
after U23, like that's so impressive. There's Jen talking with her boyfriend McKay, who's also a racer, ex-racer. He's on the enduro world circuit for so long. One of the top guys on the enduro world.
Well,
circuit.
you know, Jen was out front for a lot. When you see a clean jersey like that on as dusty a day as we have today.
Yeah.
So now we're
Yeah.
awaiting the finish of Emily Johnson, who should be coming in shortly. Our
And there's
second place
third
finisher.
place that you're seeing on screen right now. She's charging up Roxanne Vermette. She's coming into the last climb here, still looking strong, putting
Still
down
looking
the
like
power.
she's pushing hard.
Yeah,
Yeah. Not
wow.
leaving anything to chance right
Yeah.
now.
And I-
As we're awaiting the finish of
Yeah.
Emily Johnson, who should be here momentarily to collect our silver medal at the Kazlaw National Cross Country Mountain Bike Championships here in Ladner, British Columbia.
Yeah. Such a great venue for a race as well. You can see the fans kind of trickling in and coming by to see what's going on. There's good residential kind of area around here, so I'm sure that the families and folks around here are interested in coming out to just check it out too, which is great for the viewing. Oh, here we go. Second place.
Emily Johnson, racing for Scotch Round Mountain Bike Racing Team, takes it home.
From Comox. Here we go.
Vancouver Island native.
Awesome. Wow, yeah. First year elite, second place.
Big hug from Jen Jackson.
Yeah.
That's great to see.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You can just tell how physical that course
Yeah.
is because it's not too technical. It's just flat out the whole time.
Exactly. Yeah. And stressful, I would imagine those downhills. Like you say, it's not like super technical. It's a blue. For those of you that are familiar with mountain bike, Blue Trail is not a black diamond, which is the highest level. So it's not super hard, but it's just that trail just has gotten blown out with all these riders in the dry weather we've been having.
There's Lori Arsenault for Pit Stop Racing.
Awaiting our third place. We had coming through. We're going to see our third place finisher now on our elite women, and then we tee up the men.
Yeah,
little bit later.
4:30 the men's race will kick off, and I'm sure we'll have excitement as well. Just like this, we see some of the top racers in the world lining up as well as the top racers in Canada.
In a similar format, we get a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Two races on the course at the same time. Sandra
Yeah.
Walter now coming through.
Oh,
There you go, Roxanne Vermette there.
no.
Delta Marriott, Mont Saint-Anne, taking that third place, improving on her fourth from last year.
Yeah, there goes Roxanne, having an excellent season so far. Look at her in the pink kit smiling across the finish line. So sick.
Greeted by Jen Jackson.
Aw, Jen saying congrats to everybody. So awesome.
Your top three there.
Yeah. Oh,
There's Sandra Walter there.
Sandra's got some
Looks like-
fan running up.
Yeah, a little bit of Tour de France there. So fans running alongside.
Oh my gosh. And there's Lori Arsenault, Pit Stop Racing Team coming through here.
I think fourth on the road right
yeah,
now.
and fourth. Okay, nice. And there we're seeing Emily Johnson being congratulated by her family, her sister there with her. It's so awesome to see. So cool when you can have your, when you're Emily Johnson, you're living over in Europe all year round. You don't get to come home very much at all. She was saying this is like one of her first summers home, you know?
I mean, yeah, exactly. And it's since 2007, that was the last time it was on Vancouver Island.
Yeah, so
So, often our nationals are in Eastern Canada.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
So getting to actually come home during the summer, see your family, have your family here at the race, not having to, be home away from home. It's actually home for her, which is
Exactly.
so lovely.
Yeah, and just having all those familiarities and comforts that you're just are familiar with, it does make a difference. And Jen just, of course, lives up the road as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if she actually she slept in her own bed last night. Maybe. I mean, if you can do that as a pro bike racer and go to a race, boy, that's a treat.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I mean, we like to claim Jen as our own on the island here, but she is from Ontario, so I know her family made the trip over from Ontario for her, which is so sweet. But yeah.
What's the statute of limitations in terms of how long you have to live here until the BC, until we can claim you as a BC rider?
Exactly. Hopefully not too long if you're Jen Jackson. We'll take her.
Yeah, and just improving year after year. She's getting better and better. And
yeah, it was sweet. So we're seeing in front of us Lori Arsenault coming through the finish, meaning she is 4th place for the elite women. Yeah, it was interesting. I was talking to Jen after the short track, and she was saying, she didn't change really anything this year. It's just the steady chipping away at the process over the years. Everything's just fallen into place in time for her, and she's just having an exceptional season. It's not changing everything. It's not trying to do anything drastic. It's just continuing to work away at that dream, and it clicks. Oh, there's Sandra Walters finishing. Sandra, everyone's hero.
Top 5.
Yeah.
Look.
5th place.
5th place for Sandra. Fantastic.
Yeah.
She's been on the World Cup circuit, national team for so many years. Great to get her from BC to be up here with a nice top 5 finish. I'm sure she'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, and she just came off of winning BC Bike Race, which if you're not familiar, it's a stage race, meaning it's 7 days in a row, this one, and it's big days on the bike. And so for her to be able to come in after that much racing and still race well is incredible to see. It's so impressive. Shows that she's just a, smart, seasoned rider. So.
Yeah. Getting back to Jen Jackson, like you say, saying that she hasn't done anything different, but it's just that, accumulation year after year of the experience that you have and just learning to, and I think it's something to be said for having a presence at the front of the biggest bike races in the world and feeling like, I belong here.
Yeah.
And it's something that, having that confidence and knowing that she can be at the front. And maybe nothing's changed physically, but I think certainly from a confidence standpoint, it's just showing that she's very comfortable to be at the front of the biggest bike races in the world. And it's certainly boding well and into the World Championships and beyond.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see. It's definitely something to be said, about realizing that, you belong on that front row with those top athletes in the world, and that I think it's clicked for her that she is one of those riders because she deserves to be there, and she's got the points, she's got the results, and now she's got the jerseys and the titles to back it up. So. And
I think, but it still feels like in some ways at a World Cup, she still is learning to race at the very front, right? And learning how, how to really produce those top results. I mean, she obviously already is, but the longer that you're at the front, the more you learn. The more you learn how to, because it's
more comfortable you get with it, exactly, and all those things. And it's really cool to see, like we saw today with Ella and Marin, just that battle and them having to use their strategy, use their strengths, and maximize the other's weaknesses to their strength as they're racing, and just how that'll develop for them learning to race at the front of a race and how to follow each other's footsteps and battle and have that represented here and then translate that into the World Cup races as well, where now they're comfortable on the front row and they're comfortable leading a race and they can use those tactics and strategies against girls across the world.
Exactly. I think we're getting close to getting some interviews from our front runners here, so we'll pass it over to Jacques in a moment, who's going to hear from some of our top riders and see their perspective again. The story for the U23, of course, was the story in the elites was the flat tire. The story
Yeah.
of Jen Jackson, the story in our U23, I think, was that last lap and what happened. 'Cause
Yeah.
we still sort of saw them off their bikes running.
Yeah.
We just don't know. As here, we're going to get some words from Jen Jackson here with Jacques, passing it over.
So, Matt, here we are now with our winner for the Elite Woman and the 2025 Canadian Cross Country Champion, Jen Jackson. Jen, what a hell of a ride.
Thank you. It made it a little bit more stressful and dramatic for everyone watching, but yeah, in the end, I still got the result I was hoping for, and yeah, it was, you know, it kind of speaks to the course can become more challenging, especially with so many competitors out there. It really evolved over the weekend.
Yeah, and you know, like for the one that doesn't know, Jen had a flat in the second lap and was able to get it repaired, but you look so calm, you know, like on your way back. What was going through your mind when you were seeing your bike mechanic, you know, fixing it? Were you already having in mind that it will be possible to get back?
I knew it was early enough in the race that it was possible to come back, and I've worked with Adam at a lot of World Cups with the national team, so I knew I had someone good in the pits to help me, and I just knew that panicking and pushing back really fast wasn't in my best interest. I had, you know, still 4 laps to go, so I just, you know, stayed calm and took the time to recover and then worked my way back into the race.
And right now, you got to go on the World Cup level wearing the XCC and the XCO national champ jersey. I know we talked about that effect, you know, in the XCC, presenting yourself on Thursday when we did the interview on stage, that you were saying that it makes a big difference showing up at the World Cup start with the national jersey as the champion. But in XCO, I mean, it means a lot more.
Yeah, I think there's such history in the cross country with our national champions. You know, if you go down the list of people who have won this, it's really an honor to be on that list. Like for, I think, 4, I think I have 4 elite national titles now, so it's pretty cool to be part of that. And yeah, hopefully I can continue to race like I have at the first half of the season on the World Cup and represent Canada well.
And tell me, speaking of jerseys, before the race, did you ever notice that you had your fan club with special jerseys for you?
Oh yeah, they definitely stood out. They were out there in force. I could see them when I was coming down through the trails, and yeah, it's really special. I have a lot of family here and just friends, and I think it's been amazing to see the success of so many BC and Vancouver Island athletes succeeding at the World Cup in the under 23 and elite races this year. So yeah, really great to see them all out cheering for us.
So I guess you didn't want to disappoint them. And guys, did you get disappointed? No, you didn't. Here we go, your national champion, ladies and gentlemen, Jen Jackson! That was perfect. Good job.
Thank you.
celui d'avoir le maillot de championne canadienne du cross-country olympique. Représentait encore plus grand importance pour elle. Et donc, elle va se présenter en Coupe du Monde avec le maillot. Et elle rendait hommage au riche héritage du cyclisme canadien et de tous les nombreux champions canadiens qui ont porté le jersey en départ en Coupe du Monde. Donc, rendait hommage à tout ça. Il était très fier également des performances des athlètes de la Colombie-Britannique. Plusieurs des athlètes de la Colombie-Britannique qui ont connu de beaux succès ce week-end. Et on a évidemment parlé de son fan club qui avait des t-shirts spéciaux qu'ils ont confectionnés hier, t-shirt rouge avec Go Jen Go sur leur t-shirt. Alors ils étaient fort nombreux le long de la course et j'ai demandé à Jen si elle les avait vus avant la course. Elle a dit oui, je les ai vus avant la course et je les ai vus pendant la course qui était là pour m'encourager. Et lorsque je lui ai demandé évidemment si elle était contente de ne pas avoir déçu ses fans. Bien évidemment, elle l'était. Et lorsque j'ai demandé à ses fans si eux, ils avaient été pas déçus, ben effectivement, ils ont applaudi Jen Jackson. Donc, une athlète très appréciée. J'ai eu le plaisir de la côtoyer depuis de nombreuses années sur les épreuves. J'étais là pour plusieurs de ses maillots de championne canadienne. Mais toujours aussi généreuse et aussi affable. Mais une grande championne, Jen Jackson. So, great champion here. Very low-key, very kind, very, I've been there for many of her victory on the national level, and it's always a great pleasure to see such a great champion on and off the bike getting some success.
Okay, so we just watched our elite women and our U23 women go. We're going to take a short break here, Emily, and at 12 or at 15 past the hour, we'll start up with the ceremonies and course review for our men and get them going at half past the hour. So in about 7 minutes.
Sounds good. Stay tuned for more racing.
Stay tuned
That
for
was
more
so
racing.
exciting.
here in Langford, BC at the Geordie Lunn Bike Park. I'm again joined by Emily Williams, World Cup racer in both XC and Enduro. Emily, if we are going to be treated to another incredible race, we saw some great action in our women's races, and we're going to be now moving to the men.
Yeah, I'm so excited. We're in for a treat. The last race, we thought it would be exciting. I think it went above and beyond what I was expecting. Super exciting. Everything from mechanicals, crashes, to tight racing, and a battle with essentially what was a sprint finish. Kind of up that last climb, and then something happened, and we're still waiting on hearing what exactly happened with that Ella and Marin battle. But
Yeah.
Marin took the win, so that was exciting.
Yeah, amazing. So it was all down, came down to the last moments for our U23 and a flat tire for our elite women winner, Jen Jackson.
Yeah, you'd be surprised what can happen. 5 laps, it sounds like a long time, and then all of a sudden with the switch of something, it's just different, completely changed and exciting. But yeah.
So on tap right next, we've got our U23 men and our elite men. They're just starting the staging process right now, the call-up process. Bigger fields than we had for our women. We've got 26 men in our U23 and 17 on our elite men. Elite men will be doing 7 laps of this almost 5-kilometer course. We'll have a moment to go around, and we're going to get a course preview here in a second. Our U23 men taking 6 laps around the race. Here's a course map right now. Geordie Lunn Bike Park here in Langford, BC. Beautiful shot. We've got pump tracks. We've got skills area.
Yeah.
This is named after, of course, the late Geordie Lunn, one of the Canada's prominent gravity mountain bikers here, and an incredible facility here in Langford with just great scenery just on the edge of Victoria. We're just amongst some beautiful scenery here, and we will get into our drone footage of a lot of our course here. Emily is no stranger, based out of Victoria, knows a lot of these trails, can walk us through the course once we get started. And this is like one of the coolest pump tracks there is. It's a downhill pump track. It's so cool. The kids love it.
Such a treat. This facility is insanely awesome. It's also inspired by, like you said, Geordie Lunn, who tragically passed away, was one of the most kind of groundbreaking mountain bikers in Canadian history. Free ride and just insanely cool video edits. But here we have the start of the course. So you're taking us down right now. We just exited what would have been the jump zone, and we're passing by the drop zone. The riders will enter the drop zone, the skills zone they call it, and avoid the drops but go down this steep kind of rock roll here over this wood ramp, and then enter this roller coming down into a super dusty, loose
foot out
here.
corner.
Yeah, we saw Jennifer Jackson, the winner of the women, putting her foot down here because it's just so loose. And then you'll pump over these rollers, trying to kind of gain momentum but not waste too much energy.
And the riders would go straight there, but we're kind of cutting it off and have a bit of single track.
Yeah.
And then they come back, and this is the start of the climb.
Yeah, so you see what the circled in blue right there is the section we just kind of went through. And then now we're heading and making our way over across this kind of pond on our right. And then we will be going into the main climbing trail of the whole facility. This is where like all of the trails really start. So this is where you're going to go up the climb and then make your way to the fast, loose descents. Right in here, it's pretty flat. It's not too technical, as you can see. It's really just loose gravel. It's pretty hard packed, but really dusty right now. So riders will have to be pretty strategic on whether they want to follow a wheel and get dust in the face, or if they want to try and make the move off the front. But do a little bit more work, because drafting could be a thing through here.
Certainly on that part, yeah. And you can tell it's not quite. It's wide. It's not pure single track, but it's not quite wide enough to pass. And here we're now properly into the main climb.
Yeah, so circled in blue like you just saw. Now we're going up this main climb. So this is where majority of the elevation gain throughout the race is going to happen. So riders who you would describe as a climber or a strong climbing rider, they will make their moves kind of up this part by trying to break away from other riders who might not be so strong on the climbs. This is where your fitness will shine through, or maybe won't shine through if you're having a bad day.
Yeah, you want to have a good day on this part, and it is technical around these corners. It's so dusty. We're going to talk about that during there. That corner right there is really slippery. So it's a climb, but some of our pure climbers will be lamenting the fact they can't really put the power down around these tight switchback corners because it is so loose.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to power down at the right time through these corners because you can see they have pretty sharp apexes. So if you're just trying to go full power, you might slide out or blow through the corner even, which an uphill crash is not as cool looking as a downhill crash.
Yeah, those hurt the pride more than they hurt the body.
Yeah.
And as they're just getting over sort of this middle part of the climb, kind of flattens out a little bit. There's some opportunities to pass a little bit, and they're staying. You could stay on a wheel a little bit. We saw in our U23 women's race, and here are our main descent. This is Berm Reynolds.
Yeah, so now after that climb there, it's steep for a section, and then you drop into this descent. So pretty flowy descent, quite fast. This is kind of the one main rock feature in the track, and the rest is just jumps and flow. But like I said, you're carrying a lot of speed through all these corners, so it's not only loose, but it's fast and it's hard packed. So riders have to be pretty strategic about where they're braking, when they're braking, and how they're popping and pumping over these jumps.
And it's got thousands of riders that have ridden this trail this year. It's a blue, so those of you familiar with mountain biking know. Look at this. But those corners. This was taken
So
a couple.
tight.
They were taken a few days ago before the racing start. These corners are not looking that good right now. They are rutted out, and the rocks have come up because it's been so dry.
And braking bumps are forming from riders who are slamming on their brakes at the last second, which is creating these piles and pockets of dust, and that can create a hole that you can't even see, and then you go through it and, just blow your wheel or something like that. But yeah, here's this last stretch. So they finished the descent, and now they're going to kind of traverse along this flat stretch. On the left is the pro jump line, which is some massive, really cool jumps. And then you head up past the pro line. Now we're looking at that circled area there. So this is just kind of the finishing prominent climb. We were mentioning that this might be your time to make a move.
Yeah, I think this is where Marin made her move in our U23 race. Just getting to the front on this paved section, can you really put down the power, and then you make a quick right, and then you're into some more single track and a descent, and then you're getting very, very close to the finish at this point.
Yeah, at this point you're tired, but that's where you need to make your move if you want it to stick. If you want to not have to leave all of your cards in your hand until the last stretch there, where it's not too wide of a finish straight, so you really want to make your move before you hit this last little descent. And
once you leave this descent, you're into the feed zone, into the CHEK feed zone. That's where if you flat it on the descent, that's where you're going to get your wheel changed. So it's a little ways away. It's not that close to the bottom of where we've been seeing a lot of flat tires. Jen Jackson flatted on the main. As they're coming through now, they'll exit this last little bit of single track onto a wide open piece of track. And that's where the feed zone is just ahead of us right there. We're coming through that portion of trail. And then it's a quick sprint into a single track where it's circled right there on the map. And you're basically kind of in that single track, as we can see right now. You're right, very close to the finish line. And it will exit at the end, and it's a matter of maybe 100, 150 meters from when it opens up to that finish line.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like we mentioned with the CHEK feed zone here, so riders are in for 6 laps for the elite men today, and that's going to be crucial that if you do have an issue or if you need any assistance, you pass through that zone, because they will be doing this lap multiple times and able to come through and use that zone specifically for help.
And we've got our riders already in place now on the start line. We see they've made the call up right there. There's Mika Kormiak for Pit Stop Racing, and we've got the number 1 plate you saw there is our champion from last year. Leandra Bouchard is in there as well. And this is our elite men on the front. So we're having 2 races. We've got out in front there, I see Tyler Orschel. We see
so on the far right you can see Logan Sadesky in the Broad Street kit. So Broad Street Cycles is out of Victoria here. Logan's a Canmore local, but he lives out in Victoria And so he is, racing for Broad Street, the island team out here, and he's done
Chips for Carter. He was just a real young one back in 2007 when we last hosted him at Washington.
Yeah, this guy has more than enough accolades to his name already. He's only first-year elite, but he has already got 6 national championship jerseys in his pocket. So he's looking for his first elite. I think he actually might have raced up previously and won the elite jersey. So right now he's looking to win the elite jersey as racing the World Cups as an elite, so he can wear that jersey at the World Cup.
And Carter's having a great year. He's had some excellent performances. Thinking of, finding himself at the front of some of the short tracks down in Brazil, for example, at the World Cups, and just knocking on the door of being that front consistently in the front group. I see next to him Cole Puncher, we're talking about Brevard, he himself as well from Brevard. Tell us a little bit about Cole.
Yeah, so Cole also is going to Brevard. He is currently still age of U23 racing, but he is racing up because he's had some exceptional performances. I believe he just came off a top 20 at
in Andorra. Yeah.
So he is racing really strong right now, which is a good sign that he will also be strong right now, because Andorra was only just a few weeks ago.
Last weekend. Last weekend. They were up at huge altitude, and now they're down at sea level, breathing in our thick air here down in Victoria, racing for Cannondale Factory Racing. There he is right there.
Yeah, and so beside him, we've got Pivot on the edge racer.
That's Owen Clark there.
Owen Clark, yeah. So Owen from Ontario also could be racing U23 right now, but he's been having an amazing season. He's 14th in the U23 overall right now, but he's racing up with our elite men today as well. So, yeah, and just behind them on the start line, you'll also see Gunnar Holmgren. He was our Olympic representative at the last Olympics there.
Number 9 right there.
Yeah.
There's Gunnar racing for the CHEK Factory Racing.
Yeah, so he's racing for the CHEK Factory Racing. If you were watching the women's live stream, you would have heard us mention his sister, Isabella Holmgren, who actually went to the Olympics as well for our women. So that was a pretty cool Canadian moment, having a brother and
siblings,
sister
heading to the
at the Olympics. Yeah, quite a talented family of bike racers. They have Gunnar here for the elite men, and then they have Isabella and Ava for the women. So.
About 2 minutes away from the start, Emily. As you see right now, we saw bigger field right now than we saw in our elite women for sure. And so start probably going to be a lot more crucial, critical. You don't want to find yourself towards the back. Obviously, we've got our favorites up towards the front, but you slip of a pedal, anything can happen at the start, and you do not want to put yourself towards the back and have a lot more work to do to move up, because this track doesn't have that big open section where you can just lay down the power and take 10 positions if you were at the back. It doesn't exist on this track. You have to, bits and pieces in the first lap right now.
Yeah, we're about just shy of 30 seconds to the start, but like you said, you really don't want to be stuck in the back of this group, not only because mishaps can happen and bottlenecks, but also because there's so much dust today. You don't want to be breathing in that dust or in a pocket of dust that you can't even see what's in front of you, right?
All right, referee there pulling out the tape right now, so they're into probably a 15-second warning shortly, and then they'll get the whistle to get started, and our elite men will go underway. We'll have a gap of 2 minutes, and then our U23s will go. So 2 races, 2 for 1. For those watching at home, you get 2 races.
Yeah, look at
there they go. There's Cody Scott from the Comox Valley as well, pushing on there.
Awesome.
Looks like everybody is away cleanly in our
Wow.
elite race.
The dust and the speed at which they exit.
Yeah, and we talked about our
Incredible.
junior men who just raced earlier. We're doing 11 minutes, 11 and a half minute laps. I think we're going to be right
Yeah.
around 11, maybe even the high 10s for these
I think,
riders.
yeah, we could see Carter Woods and that front group with, I'm assuming, you know,
And here we have
Carter
it.
and
Here's
Cole.
our U23 riders. You see number 61 there. That's Ian Ackert. So,
yeah.
you
He's currently, he's got 2 World Cup podiums to his name, a national championship title as well, and he's 35th in the overall for U23 in the world right now, which is super cool, impressive.
yeah, big support with the
Yeah.
Trek Future Racing right there.
Yeah, and beside him on his right-hand side, our left, is Mika, currently leading the Canada Cup overall. He's racing for Pit Stop Racing team, and really strong racer also in U23 there.
Zorik Pai for Pivot Cycles OT. And in front of the commentary booth, we've got Logan Sadesky coming leading with
Nice.
our elite riders. As we're sitting just perched above the start finish here, so we got a nice view of that. It was Logan Sadesky. Look like all our favorites, though. We're right up there as our U23s now are poised to get the start now. Any moment, probably in the next minute or so, we will get going as they get the warning right now. Our U23 men will take off. I think Ian Ackert really will want to get this championship and take the jersey back to Europe,
Yeah.
representing it on the Trek Future Racing. As I'm looking down, Carter Woods is currently in second right now, and we've got Cole Puncher in third. But there's no gaps
Yeah,
between
it's
our front
all
runners
still
right
quite
now. It's all
together.
together as we see now. Getting ready is our U23 riders, and off they go. Let's see if we can get a clean start for these riders as well.
So far, so good. Looking strong.
And we've got Matthew Scott. We saw the number 75. Matthew Scott is
Yes.
he's not a Canadian rider, right?
No,
He-
Matthew is from South Africa,
Yeah.
but races and lives here. Races for Broad Street, so teammate with Logan Sadesky. Races locally and is an extremely powerful racer. He's one to watch out for today, honestly.
So you can have foreign riders that racing in your national champion. Obviously, it doesn't happen very often.
No.
But in the case of Matthew,
Yeah,
from South Africa, you're a long way from South Africa.
Yeah.
You live here.
yeah.
It's a
So-
fantastic race to measure yourself up against some of the
Yeah.
best in the world. So
Yeah,
why not,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, so he's racing. He wouldn't be eligible to wear the jersey if he won, but he's totally
I believe the UCI points though. You
Yeah,
can still
still.
collect the UCI being the World Cycling governing body. There are points that the riders collect, and that's what those ranking points help with your qualify for World Championships, for Olympic Games, and those things.
All
Here
right,
we go.
there's the riders turning into that first climb. You saw Gunnar leading a kind of second group there. Then Dylan Kerr from CHC Armada. Dylan Kerr was kind of the back of that group in the orange and blue jersey.
The 17 riders in our elite field just kind of all together at the moment, a long line, and our U23 riders
Yeah.
are coming through right now on picture. That's towards the back. You're seeing right now. That's the back of our elite field,
Yeah.
and we'll see our U23s.
Yeah.
They should be coming through the tech zone here shortly. Here, we'll see them coming over that rock roll in a moment. There they go, right there. That's
Ian Ackert leading the U23 men coming through here.
not surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
a great cyclocross background for Ian Ackert, amongst the best in the world for cyclocross, which is a discipline that kind of mixes road and mountain, and you do it in Europe over the winter. Well, you could do it anywhere, but
Yeah.
it's a very European sport, kind of a cross between mountain biking and road biking.
Definitely.
And these loose conditions, it'll be good for him.
Yeah.
This is not. You
Yeah,
can't.
we definitely saw some riders putting their foot out around some of these loose corners. So if you're a cyclocross racer, you're used to flat, loose corners, and that could really come in handy today.
Yeah, and so now both of our groups are out on course. They'll be on the climb right now.
Yes.
So again, we talked about that climb being narrow in places, not a ton of space to pass consistently, and then a lot of corners on the climb, especially towards sort of the midpoint of it, where you can't necessarily put down a ton of power. And these riders especially, they're going to be they're capable of going so fast, but it's just switchback after switchback. It's almost like
And
they have a
there's
bit
the
of a
20.
speed limit.
There's the U23s coming in round for their start climb, just going out for that lap. And we saw Ian at the front looking comfortable. And behind him, I think it was a group of 4 more riders, 3 or 4.
There's Matthew Scott, the rider that we were talking about,
Yeah.
the South African who gets placed at the back
Yeah.
at the Canadian National
call-ups.
Championships.
Yeah.
You don't get
Yeah.
no favors. Okay, there we talked
foot
about.
down for Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing that. That's something these elite men are juggling as well as our elite women. We saw you can't just put down raw power because you might slide out or you might blow through that corner, meaning you just shoot right through the apex rather than turning like you want to. So Carter just had to put a foot down there because he actually put down just a lot of way too much power.
Yeah, and so Gunnar Holmgren, he had a second row start, and he was having a good race in Andorra.
Oh, another foot
Oh
down
yeah,
there.
exactly.
It's getting loose out there. That's another thing to mention is these racers are riding the course after we've had races on all day long. So we've had 5 races up till now, I believe, just on today in this loose, dry conditions. And you're seeing that each race is doing, our elite women were doing 6 laps for them and 5 laps for the U23s. It was 5 laps before that for the juniors. So much traffic on this course.
It is, yeah. And so lots of sliding around. And again, just talking, we saw Gunnar sort of midway back. He didn't have a front row, but he was coming off a pretty good European campaign, but had a big crash in Andorra. So he's feeling that last week. We'll see if he's come back into form and feeling a little bit better.
Hoping he can, definitely.
But our short track on Thursday, we had Carter really bossed that round.
Yeah.
But Ackard was in there as well. So the riders raced together in a short track being a discipline that it's about a 20-minute race on it's self-explanatory, a shorter track.
Yep.
And those riders were
There's the U23s.
the U23s now heading up the climb. So this is about midway up the climb where we're seeing them right now.
Yeah.
Still groups together. Oh, again.
Yeah, they're
So,
replaying
yeah.
that slip, I believe, of or someone else even in the same kit.
Exactly.
But-
So now our shot. This is the bottom of the descent, the Berm Reynolds.
Yeah.
That has the exit is a little different for the race than what the trail typically does, which is kind of presenting a bit of a challenge for the riders. Typically, the riders would kind of continue straight, but they have to make this harder left, and it's just getting really dusty.
Super sharp. Yeah. So when you see loose like a loose sharp corner like this that's not actually supported, what you'll see is it starts to form a rut, but then as riders are riding through that rut, they're pushing it further and further away. So you can't trust that is going to support you, and some riders are forgetting that as they're tired on the 4th, 5th, 6th lap. And so what we saw last race was an elite woman who came through that corner and just blew completely past it and into the tape and over the bars. So we're hoping that doesn't.
No more drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like to see these riders keep it up.
Some good, healthy drama. Some.
Oh, again.
No, it's so loose out there.
Yeah, and then and having ridden this
Running
course.
now up the climb because it is too steep to try and just jump
Yeah.
back on.
Exactly.
Wow.
This corner when I was pre-riding was the worst. This
Yeah.
is just at the junction.
As you turn up. Yeah.
So it was the worst, but there are definitely other corners that are tricky as well.
Yeah. It's definitely more challenging as you get more complacent, as you've ridden 3 laps previously or something like that, and now you're forgetting how loose it really is.
There's the replay of that.
Yeah, so we'll see. Oh, the foot down in the handoff.
And all the momentum. That's the number
Yeah.
84. That's Elijah Gray from Banff.
Yeah.
In Alberta, if you're out of Banff, there's dry conditions there. They're not.
Yeah.
It's not this is not typical for the coast to have such dry conditions at this stage in the year. I mean, we don't get a lot of rain in Victoria, but these trails are.
Wow, look at the dust as they're descending that last corner of Berm Reynolds you're seeing. And so it gets more challenging, as you can see. So the rider coming down right behind, you can't really see the track in front of you because all the dust isn't quite settled. So it can get pretty sketchy if you're riding in a group.
And it just lingers. The dust is not getting cleared out. It's just sitting there, just above the trail, just making things hazardous.
Yeah, and the speed at which they're going here, to not be able to fully see the track, that's quite terrifying. Very impressive riding from all of them.
So hopefully these riders, we haven't seen anybody kind of looking with a foot out. This is where we saw Jen Jackson with a foot out going,
Yeah.
what is going on with
Turns
her?
out, yeah, she had a rear flat tire. That was,
And so our riders now, they're heading up this sort of
wow.
right before the feed zone, a bit of a climb. I think that's Gunnar Holmgren, I believe, getting past it.
Carter Woods, possibly?
I don't think so. No, there's
Oh,
Carter right there with
Cole.
Cole
Nice.
Cole Puncher. So we've got
And behind them, Logan Sadesky chasing, trying to catch on that wheel.
Orschel in there as well. So a little bit of separation. Gunnar Holmgren there, our defending champion. Laurent de Bouchard in there as well.
Yeah, pivot.
So-
Pivot crew in that light blue kit, kind of near the front. There's Sean Fincham as well.
Yeah, so
Strong.
out of Squamish. Not doing a lot of this XCO format anymore. Sean is doing the longer Lifetime Grand Prix stuff, but no stranger to this
No.
type of event. So here's Cody Scott.
Nice. Also a strong cyclocross
Yeah.
racer, so we might see that shine through for him today. Yeah. Looking good. He looked strong in the short track as well, so that'll be exciting.
Yeah,
See if you can catch that group, because we were talking earlier that sometimes it is beneficial to ride with the groups so that you have somebody else working hard with you. But sometimes with the dust like this, you maybe just want to ride,
out front. I don't think you'd like, if you could choose, you'd probably be okay being behind a rider for the climb and some of the
Yeah,
flat. But
yeah.
if you could lead, you'd probably want to lead on the descent.
Yeah.
Because the visibility is not great. Right there's Carter Woods right now.
Wow.
Cole Puncher.
Cole
There he is.
just right
This
with them here. That is a fast lap.
Yeah, they look great right now. A little bit of separation. And here's Logan Sadesky. Orschel's in there.
Nice.
So we've got Owen Clark in there as well. So
Wow, so we're looking at 12 minutes for these men. That's including the start loop.
oh,
So,
they are going quick
Yeah.
right now. So yeah, we're in the high tens, I think.
yeah. Wow.
So the men are doing 7 laps right now. So it'll be, 65-minute race.
Yeah, so these elite men they're heading out for lap 2 of 7, and then we'll see the U20. Oh,
Just on screen there.
my
That corner claims.
Runner in it as well.
Yeah.
So that's a good group of fast people can work together to try and pull back the other group there. Oh, here we go.
Here we
Another
go.
group of 2.
That's Victor Verreau coming through, the number 4.
Yeah. From Quebec.
And the next group that'll come into view, we'll see some of these are still some of our elite riders coming through. Yeah. No, these are with the yellow plates. The yellow
Yep.
plates identify our U23.
Yes, so if you see a white plate, that will be the elite men. That's the men going out for their 7 laps. But if you see the yellow plate, that is U23, meaning they're the under 23 aged athletes who are racing 6 laps today.
That's another thing to think about, another dynamic for our U23 riders to consider.
The
I would imagine that we'll have, our leaders of our U23 will have to deal with some traffic
Yeah.
to come out.
Yeah,
through.
and last race we saw Marin and Ella deal with that traffic exceptionally well and fighting their way up
Yeah.
to like top 3 in the elite women's field, which is incredible. But yeah, it'll be an interesting story today whether we see some of those U23 athletes climb into some possibly top 10, top 15 positions for our elites.
Here comes our U23 leaders. That's Ian
Ian.
Ackert on the front there. I see Rhett Bates from Charge
Awesome.
out of the Okanagan,
Yeah,
looking like he's made the junction. That great to see that.
strong riding from Rhett Bates this season.
That's the number 85 right there coming through. That's Zach Hensley-Zano out of Barrie, Ontario. So we're seeing a little bit more bunch racing than we saw in our women's race.
Yeah, it's quite cool to see with these elite men. They're all so close with, like we said, finding the limit of speed on this track can be challenging when you're dealing with the traction in the tight corners like it is. So it can cause some tight racing, that's for sure.
You see Zorik Pai just took the lead in our U23 race ahead of Ian Ackert through their start-finish. There's our number 84 right there. That's Elijah Gray. We saw, fortunately, he made the broadcast a little bit early for slipping around a corner.
Yeah.
No.
Put some thumbs up to the cameras there.
Does it? Just means you're suffering. You can still enjoy part of it as well.
Yeah. Bike racing is fun. That's the whole point. So it's great to see some smiles out there while they're struggling on the rest of the climbs.
Yeah. As you see the tech zone right now, this is just in front of our, well, within sight of our broadcast vantage point up here. And, you know, it may look like they're taking it around the corners gingerly, which they kind of are because it's just so loose. There's Ian Ackert right now, second place, I think, in the U23s.
Yeah. And like we were saying, you know, the fight for traction is also the fight for what tires are you going to run, you know? Do I want to hold grip, but I also want some casing that's strong. Look at Carter charging up that.
But that group now has come back together. So remember, like we had Carter and there's Gunnar getting around.
By some foot down by Fincham, yeah. And Gunnar made the pass. Oh, wow, yeah, it's just bar to bar out there now.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of we talked about a little bit of a speed limit for our top men.
Yeah.
They're just being able to go that fast that they, you know, there's no traction around those flat corners on the climb to support them. So we've got a group of 4, was it, out front? We've got Carter Woods, Cole Punchard is in there. Did Leandre Bouchard, I think, believe that he joined that group as well? Oh no, here we go. That's our lead 4.
Yes,
yeah.
Carter, Tyler, Cole, and Logan Sadesky. Yeah, and then we saw the foot down from Sean, and Gunnar made the pass here. So
still very
something
close.
So simple as a foot down, right? That costs you a position. And like we were saying, these positions matter for points. They matter for your national championship, obviously, but they also matter for selection to world championships.
That's right.
Which a lot of riders are looking to do in September. So, yeah, you want to really have your best result. And if you can pass one more rider, it really counts.
And of course, the prestige of the jersey as well.
Yeah.
That's a big thing, you know, particularly for the riders on the pro ranks. As you see right now, the number 4 coming through there. That's, excuse me, where? Looking at my start sheet. Victor Verreau. Right there. Yeah.
Victor Verreau from Saint Félicien, Quebec. Currently 17th in the Canada Cup rankings.
And so those riders, when we called them up, the call up at the beginning is based on those international ranking points as well as the Canada Cup you're alluding to, which is a series across Canada that we just had a stop in Whistler last weekend. There's Matthew Scott right now, our lone foreigner rider in our elite men race, or U23 men race actually, from South Africa, based out of Victoria, BC.
Here we see.
And this is on the climb right now.
There's Mika.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's Red Bates with a foot down. Yeah, this corner. Just struggling. You have it in that. Or the
might have been Soren.
Soren, yes.
Soren with the foot down from
teammate.
Charge. Yeah,
yep.
teammate
of Red Bates.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you see the group behind, and they just have to ease up around that corner to get up there.
Yeah, today we're seeing...
There's Rhett Bates, excuse me. So it was Soren Wesselake on the front. There's Rhett Bates now. He makes it around the corner nicely.
Yeah,
and
smooth.
Yeah.
He might be used to some loose conditions. Over in Kelowna, it can get pretty dry and dusty, so I'm sure he's quite strong on these conditions as well. Wow, yeah. So yeah, we're seeing a great showing across the country really today, as would be expected. But it is cool to see athletes coming out from Manitoba, from Saskatchewan, you know, and like all these provinces that aren't stereotypically places of mountain biking, but they produce some great riders as we're seeing today.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we talked about Soren Westlake, who's in the front group of our U23 men's team, out of Manitoba.
Yeah.
Not typically you don't when you think about mountain biking, you don't necessarily think about the prairies, but they produce some great riders
Yeah.
over the years, and Soren is one of them, putting himself in a great spot right now
Yeah.
towards the front as that group is being led.
Here's Carter,
Okay, there we have it. Carter, Cole.
Tyler, and Logan.
Okay, group
Wow.
of 4.
And they have made a bit of a dent on the chase group, I believe.
Oh, it's more than a bit now,
Yeah.
isn't it, Emily? Like we've got a really large gap right now. Oh, here we have our pursuers.
All right, so there's Sean chasing with Gunnar, and
Leandre, I think that was him at the back end of that chase group right now. So this is there. It's moving away right now. Your podium is moving up the road right now with Carter Woods. Happy to push on, but maybe we see Cole take the front.
yeah, I think Owen Clark also in that chase group probably.
Yeah.
Leandra there. There we
That looked like Leandre right
yeah,
there.
yeah. Right. Okay, yeah.
Took
trying to
the
close
victory.
Close that gap there up that
Yeah,
line.
trying to come back on.
Nice. There we see Peter DeSera with that same team as Lily Boucher, the Easton Overland.
Here we go, Carter Woods, Cole Puncher, with Cannondale Factory Racing Team coming down there. So that's all together. And again, looks like Carter's quite happy to lead.
Yeah. Yeah. I think-
Tedeschi's nicely tucked in on the back as well.
Yeah, comfortably. And just a reminder, the course here, we're looking at 4.7 kilometers in distance, 142 meters of climbing, and the riders are doing this in approximately, we'll get a full lap time as they come through here, but it's looking like 11 minutes or 10 minutes even, which is incredible pace.
There's DeSera.
Peter DeSera there, yeah. So he just came off the double. He did BC Bike Race, which is a 7-day stage race, and then he went right away to do Single Trek 6, which is another 6-day stage race. So Peter just spent so much time riding his bike, and he's still here today racing and looking actually quite strong.
Yeah, he's looking really good. He himself, I think, has toned back his focus at former World Cup rider.
And Olympian.
Yeah, exactly. I don't just is taking on other projects and other things right now, but obviously the fitness is still there for Peter.
Yeah, he's so strong. He's always been a really skilled bike racer. He's got good skill, technically on the bike as well. So it's cool to see Peter, still semi-retired, but semi-not. He's still here and he's strong. So
And lives in Victoria as well, so knows the trails here in BC. Okay, here are our leaders right now. We've got on the front Carter Woods. We've got Carter Woods, the Giant Factory Off-Road team, and Sadesky there, looking all quite comfortable right now.
I'm curious, what we said and spoke about previously in the U23 women's race with Marin and Ella. We saw Ella lead for the whole race, Marin sitting on her wheel, kind of learning maybe a little bit about what Ella was doing. And I'm wondering if that's Cole's plan for today.
Yeah, and Cole, last year he had an emphatic U23 World Cup win in the U.S., and he just figured out how to just get a little bit of separation, and he was so good at just measuring his effort. I'm looking across the broadcast. Cole now has taken the front position in our men's race just a little. Doesn't look like an attack, but he's really was good at that World Cup win of just managing his effort and just keeping putting the power down in the right places. And I think today is about that. It's putting the power down in the right places. So we'll see if he is doing a bit of early work to see if he can get some separation and have a win like he did last year at our U23 World Cup, or is he just wants to be a bit more comfortable in the front right now ahead of Carter Woods?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not only a game of fitness here today, it's also a game of strategy because all of these men are so extremely fit and they're all quite close in their skill as well, so it's really cool to see.
And again, it's just not that place where you can really just put down the power. It's on this climb, you put down the power, and then 3-4 seconds later, you've got a corner, and you have to slow down for it. And So
Yeah.
it's like intervals a little bit. Here are some of the U23 riders pushing on
Yeah.
just before our tech feed zone, which did see a bit of action in our women's race with Jen Jackson flatting, and then
Yeah.
fortunately coming back. There's Cody Scott pushing on, and here is our chase. No,
Oh, it looks like that might have been
Orshel. That might have
Orshel
been
off the
distanced a
back
little bit.
slightly, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit distant. Sadesky's still right on the wheel from our two front runners there. So
Yeah.
Sadesky's having a great race right
Yeah,
now.
Yeah, love to see it. Yeah, that's something to consider, is this home crowd might be giving him a bit of an extra boost today as well, which is super cool. I know he's got family out here cheering him on, so it's really exciting for Logan.
You know, and he's shoulder to shoulder with the Factory World Cup guys
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah.
probably feeling like he's got something to prove. Here's Ian Ackert coming through right now, leading our front
Mika just
U20,
behind and
U23 riders who just came through.
there's Soren.
Soren Westlake, who just got distanced a little bit, our Manitoba rider racing for Charge BC.
Yeah, so we are looking at
Some of our U23 riders chasing on right now. This is about a minute and a half or so from the finish line. So our first U23 riders have come through. Here's a big chase group of U23 riders.
yeah,
It's number 69 there is coming through, and that's Alexander Woodford out of the Ottawa area.
Gatineau. Or Ottawa, sorry.
There's Rhett Bates there,
Here's Rhett Bates coming up, Kelowna. So
Charge BC racer. Yeah.
there's Dylan Kerr we see going out. So that CHC Armada team there in the blue and orange out of Ontario, but also living in Victoria. So he's a bit of a local as well here. You know, he knows the track quite well, just like this guy here, Matthew Scott.
The only foreign rider in our field out of South Africa. All right, and we'll probably get a view on the climb on our shortly of our riders coming up, because Cody Scott comes into view in our elite race in number 13.
So impressive to see the pace at which they're doing these laps today. It's like, I don't even know if the dust has time to settle by the time they're lapping back around.
Alex Brunel came through there. Cibois Kiroul coming through.
So
So still a lot of groups are together on this course
yeah.
compared to our elite women races.
yeah.
So there's Tyler Orshel
Tyler,
comes into view.
Yeah, it looks like he's just fallen off a little bit of the back of that group of four, which I think, in theory, you know, it's so difficult to fall off the back of a group and try to catch
it's so
back
hard,
up,
yeah.
right? So hopefully he can try and dig really deep right now just to find that wheel and try and stay with it and hold it. So our podium today will be of the first three riders. The first rider getting to wear that jersey, the national champion jersey, meaning when they travel abroad to Europe to race those World Cups, they get to wear that Maple Leaf jersey and represent Canada, which is super special. And then to be on that podium with that rider as well, second and third place. So being fourth is such a sting. So hopefully Tyler can make
We
it quick.
probably both, between the two of us, we've had a few fourth places. So yeah, you're the outsider looking in, and you know, especially at mountain biking actually is kind of unique in certain categories, because there's a wide angle podium. There's the 5-person podium, which we do see. There's Rhett Bates there in 5, but for our championship, nope, you're shut out if you're fourth. You're not getting up on stage,
Yep.
and so.
Yeah, and that was a big controversy this year. The UCI went down from a 5-person podium to a 3-person podium, and there was quite a backlash from riders and the fans, because it's pretty cool to see a 5 podium. You know, it gives riders more coverage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very interesting. The backstory to that stems back from when the World Championships were in Australia, and a young Cadel Evans either finished 4th or 5th, and it was an astounding ride, and he was a local Australian, and essentially they wanted to recognize it. They just figured, well, we'll just put 5 on the podium, and it kind of stuck after that point. So as we see, so it's kind of a tradition for mountain biking, but like you say, I think times are changing a little bit, but
Yeah, so unfortunate if you're in 4th today. Yeah, here we go. Still seeing that was the group of 5.
Yeah.
riders working together as well.
So next time we see our leaders, they'll be coming down our descent here in the Geordie Lund Bike Park in Langford, British Columbia. Beautiful weather today, although it's been very dry
Yeah.
for the last few weeks, I should say, which has really impacted the track.
Yeah.
And it's taken a blue and turned it into a real.
Yeah, perfect bike racing
Yeah.
weather in terms of
Those are our leaders right there.
U23.
Yeah. So it looks like Ackert nicely positioned in second.
Yeah. So the story of the U23 race is looking quite similar to the men, with kind of a group of 4, but now we're seeing the group of 3 for the elite men off the front, with Tyler, who just fell back slightly, and our U23s is still a group of 4 kind of riding all together right now.
There's Soren Westlake there.
Very, very close to making connection back to that group right now. If he can push super hard, he's about halfway at this time, like we said. So if he can dig deep right now and try to catch that wheel, it would be pretty crucial for his race.
This is our top 10. And again, this corner causing all sorts of issues for some of the riders going up the hill. And it would be in our top 10 right now. So still a lot of spots to be fighting for with in the front of our U23 race. I don't think this course really lends itself, though, to, sitting back and pacing. Like, barring some incident, like, again, Jen Jackson, here come our leaders there. Cole Puncher taking the lead with
Carter Woods just behind.
Yeah,
but
Carter just on the wheel there.
Yeah, we might have seen some distance now between Logan Sadesky. So maybe Cole and Carter did a number on Logan as well. So Logan and Tyler are saying, you know what? I think that's a little too much for me right now. We're in a seven lap race today, and I don't think that's sustainable.
I think right there, that's Tyler Orschel that went through. And prior to that, Logan went through.
Probably.
Yeah, he went through.
Perfect.
He went through. So the top 4 remain the same, but it looks like the pace may have heated up on the upper part of our climb, and Cole Punchert and Carter Woods have now gone away a little bit. Cole taking the front and injecting a little bit of pace. They were very close in the last World Cup in Andorra, right? Both of them right around 20th place. I think they were separated by 1 position. Carter started really fast at that race and faded, and Cole had a different approach and actually came on strong. So right now they're together, and they look like, based on last week, they're very closely matched in terms of their fitness, and obviously that's carrying over today.
Yeah, they both are extremely fast. Not only fast here, but fast in the world. So we're looking at the best racing in the world right now. We're very lucky.
Cole Punchert again, I think you mentioned. We go to Brevard. We talked a little bit about Brevard College and the University in North Carolina that provides. It's got a big contingent of Canadians that have scholarships. There's quite a number of them that are racing here.
Yep.
And
so for them, it's looking like national championships, and then in 2 weeks off to school. I think they start school mid-August. I heard August 18th. So.
And the collegiate season starts at that point. There's Leandro Bouchard right now.
So quick and loose. The foot off. I think that's just.
Gunnar now coming to the back of this group. Gunnar Holmgren, part of the Holmgren family, Olympian there, had a really big get off at the last race. This gentleman is not racing.
No.
With the it looked like the e-bike and no helmet.
No helmet. That might be a bit of a giveaway there.
The jeans. Okay, here are our leaders right now. Cole Punchert, Cannondale Factory, Carter Woods now looking good.
Wow.
So Ontario on the front there for Cole, and BC, the local boy, Carter Woods. Boy, wouldn't he love to win today?
Yeah.
Out of the Comox Valley.
Yeah, I mean, Carter's already got 6 jerseys. Might as well add a 7th.
Exactly. And here we go, Logan Sadesky.
In 3rd place, nice.
Canmore, Alberta, but lives now down in Victoria, so local.
And then there's Dylan Kerr, also living in Victoria right now, but from Ontario himself.
Tyler Orschel now coming through our start-finish in front of our commentary. And we can see...
we just heard from the commentary down below that Logan Sadesky had a bit of dust on him, so possibly a crash from Logan.
That's too bad. We may have taken him out of the front. Yeah, we saw that earlier in lots of races. And here's the front of our U23 race.
So
It just went to, it was previous, it was Ian Ackert, yeah. But now we've got, this is our chase group. Fincham's in there. We've got the number 7, Leandra Boucher, Owen Clark.
Yeah, so Owen Clark racing up as well, just like Cole Punchert. So they're sitting in well and comfortable with these elite men, which is really cool.
There comes the Sarah. And actually, he's not far off of Holmgren, you know, making him through. I said you needed to be in the front, actually. You know, the Sarah might be a little bit of a surprise, you know. He's had such a big block of racing, but he's been local and he knows this track backward. If you look at a lot of the Strava, which is an online platform that tracks your GPS times,
Yeah.
Peter's name is up quite a bit on a lot of these trails.
I mean, Peter lives just down the road. I mean, I've been to his house, and you can bike here in maybe 15 minutes.
Right.
So the guy, I've seen him on work calls while lapping through here. So I'm excited to see what Peter can do today. Yeah, he's gonna crush it.
Yeah, he's got Gunnar Holmgren in his sights right now, not
Yeah.
far off.
And I mean, plenty of practice with 15 days of racing or what have you. It was.
Yeah, his body might be in need of a bit of a break, but
Yeah.
he's pushing it right now.
After this one, hopefully he gets a good break.
So we'll start to see a little bit of mixing between our U23s, our front U23s with those yellow number plates, and moving into our elite field.
Yeah, with those white plates.
That's right. So
Difficult to see when they're all coated in dust as
Yeah.
well. But
amazing that we got this opportunity to be broadcast on CBC Gem. It was kind of a late call to be able to do this, but we're so excited to be able to show some pictures to those people watching across Canada, around the world, to the best cross-country mountain bikers in the country, and giving them a platform to really show what they're doing, not just here in Langford, but all over the world.
yeah. Wow, yeah.
Okay, that's the number 6.
Leaders. Of
Yeah, Zorik Pai is for Pivot Cycles OTE. Ian Acker just stalking him on the back there. And Mika Kormiak on the back is right there, and Maxime Saint-Jones as well. So the top 4 riders are sort of the typical U23s, or the usual suspects, so to speak, of our U23 riders that are often at the front right now. So 3 riders out of the province of Quebec, and then Ian Ackert out of Ontario.
Yeah, exactly. Zorak is another extremely strong competitor. He's had a national championship jersey before, so he knows what he's doing at the front of this race, and it'll be interesting to see the battle.
Here they come right now.
Today.
And currently Soren Westerlake is now in 5th right now, just coming off a little bit of that front group. But there's a lot of U23 riders coming through here right now. It's a big group coming through 6 laps of racing. As they enter the halfway point, looks like Cole Puncher right here getting a little bit of daylight. I don't know. You think that's an attack right there, or is it pretty much smooth there? It didn't look. They look like they were moving fast.
I think right now what we might see is a little bit of a test of an attack, right? So you can kind of gauge your competitor by seeing where and when an attack might stick, but you're not going to go full throttle. So you're just going to test that attack, that move per se, and then see if you can let that stick when you want to make it count later on in the race, because we're still just shy of midway kind of here in the race. Just approaching midway.
Here's our pack of U23 riders, our U23 chasers, trying to move through and kind of reel in that front group of 4 of our U23. But it looks like the class of the field is up the road or up the trail and moving forward and getting that big separation.
Yeah, impressively navigating the traffic that's on course today too. So looking.
Here they come right now. Zorik Pai right now, Pivot Cycles OT leading that quartet of riders, and Ian Ackert right in there.
Yeah, Mika just off the back there, but not even off the back, just a wheel behind probably. And Mika's leading the Canada Cup overall, racing for Pit Stop. He's Quebecois as well, super strong racer. I could see him kind of contending with that group as well, trying to stir some dust up per se.
All right, here's on the climb. This is
Oh, I think we saw Gunnar
That was-
falling
yeah.
off a little bit.
yeah, a
back
little
there.
bit back. Maybe feeling his injuries there. Soren Wesselake there. He's our
Yeah.
5th place U23 rider that we called up from Manitoba, racing for the Charge BC XC racing team here. It's a team composed of a lot of Western riders, and he's doing really well right now. Top 5. They had an early victory in the junior men's race with Ethan Wood. So
Yeah.
successful program right now.
Yeah, there we see some more U23s coming through here. So we'll see if you see the shots of the riders coming through this kind of finish straight. You'll see them starting to fuel properly, you know, take a gel out of their pocket. Making sure that you're on top of your carbohydrates in a race this long is super crucial. It's not a long endurance race, but you're max out the whole time. So you're going to need, you know, anywhere from roughly 60 to 90 grams of carbohydrates per hour.
And there's not a lot of places on this course where it really is easy to take the hand off the bottle and have a drink.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's something in the pre-ride I'm sure the riders were kind of thinking about. Okay, this is a good place to drink. Through the feed zone, which we don't have a camera on, there's actually pretty wide open and a decent place to grab a bottle and feed.
Yeah.
Thankfully, today I don't think they'll be putting water on themselves. It's really not. It's really a comfortable temperature right now, right around 20 degrees or so. So, yeah, those riders they won't be having to douse themselves like we did last weekend. For those that were doing the Canada Cup in Whistler, it was really warm, and then of course the short track. Thankfully, I'm sure there are a lot of riders thanking it was only 20 minutes because it was really hot on Thursday.
Brutal on Thursday, extremely hot. Yeah, it was in the 30s, sun beaming down, and it's a 20-minute max effort for all these athletes. And then they're given 1 day to recover and do it for 90 minutes. So.
And they certainly didn't put their feet up and do nothing yesterday, right?
No, they were out on course checking the conditions. I saw a few of them out, so you know that, yeah, these athletes are beyond fit right now. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, and they'll still put some intensity into. You want to keep a rhythm between the you do your short track. You don't want to let your body sort of almost shut down. You still want to add a little bit of intensity. Tomorrow tomorrow's the relay for a lot of these riders, but tomorrow's a little less intense. The focus is certainly on these two cross-country championship events. The relay's important, but the rest comes on Monday when you probably are off the bicycle. So these riders riding probably anywhere from 20 to 30 hours a week, a lot of them pretty consistently. There's Carter Woods. Oh, flat tire.
Oh, no.
Flat tire.
Flat for Carter.
Oh,
this is rough.
Dramas, Emily. Again, in our elite women, we had the same thing.
Oh, and we saw it with Jen, the local, the favorite, and then we see now this with Carter, the local and the favorite, rear flat tire. I don't know what's happened or what's in the air with this, but okay, hopefully he can get this quick fix. He
is pretty close to the tech zone. Like he'll have to milk that tire for maybe a minute or two, but he's going to lose time, no question to Cole. And we'll have to see what that gap is right now.
Yeah, because Cole and him were in a tight battle as well, so this is looking like he needs to get good change and some...
Another rear flat, right? Oh, he's really... Yeah, look at that. He might have an insert there. Yeah, he's definitely fishing all over the place.
Yeah.
But...
Another rider with exceptional skill, though, is Carter.
Yeah.
He's very skilled on the bike, so he looks like he's... some riders couldn't ride with two tires in there like that, so it's impressive to see.
I wonder if he has an insert because he didn't. It looked obviously. Oh, there he skids out. He's trying to get it as best he can to the finish. There's Sadesky and Orschel.
Sadesky and Orschel have re-met up. Yeah, poor.
This is a replay right now of Carter, just so you can really tell. Just
corrects and kept power down as well.
Yeah, it's a real trouble for Carden. Unfortunately, with Logan, with Cole, they're very close. Here comes our leader right now. We'll try to get a watch on now.
Cole Punchard coming through the finish straight, taking advantage of that mishap for Carter and see if he can really capitalize on that right now. You know, if you're Cole, are you thinking I just want to throw an attack without him here to get rid of this? And
Why? Or are you just thinking I'm just going to keep it steady
yeah,
and then try to get a buffer so that and take it easy on the descent so I don't flat.
exactly.
And
You know, or you're gonna take it the same, and then if Carter catches, he's blown up, and that's when you throw your attack and really just destroy his confidence in that moment.
it's
Roll of a dice.
and the difference again they flatted while they were together. Jen had a lead. She had a buffer, and then obviously it was able to that buffer, Emily Johnson rather, ate into it, and then it was able to come back to it. But I think the issue right now, we've got a stopwatch on it. It's already over a minute now for Carter to come through.
Carter's been passed now by Logan and by Tyler. So Logan and Tyler are together 1 minute and 8 seconds, roughly, back from Cole there. So it is looking difficult on Carter today. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Carter's coming back through.
Looking about 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right.
Really going to be tough for him. Again, didn't have a buffer for that flat tire. And the other thing that makes me a little bit skeptical for him, I'd love to see him be able to come back, but Jen Jackson's and Emily Johnson. Jen Jackson's been having a better season. She's she's able to put lots of time into Emily Johnson. So, but Carter Woods and Cole Puncher, they've been last week neck and neck. So they're so close. So you're trying to come back of a gap to a rider that's riding very similar to your level.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But he's got a carrot in front of him. That's Orschel and...
I'm interested to see, if Carter can catch Tyler and Logan and Orchel, and they can work together to try and reel in Cole together. But that just really depends on the group fitness. The ability to rotate through isn't great, like we said, because there's not much passing.
Yeah, and it's not to say that a problem can't befall Cole.
Exactly.
There's flat tires happen all across this course. So I think if you're Cole, as we see that chasing group, Leandra Bouchard was on the back of that group as well. I think you want to play it smart and try to just do not push on the downhills. If I'm Cole, I'm just trying to get down those downhills as gingerly as possible right now.
Smooth and safe, and
But if you can't see the rocks, smooth as fast. But if you can't see the rocks because of the dust, you can be as smooth as you like. But it's just the course is so. The course has been just so pounded by all thousands of laps effectively with hundreds of starters on these races. So it's a tough one. Here's is that Soren Wesselake? Yes, it is. So he was last time we checked, he was 5th in the U23 race. There's Carter Woods there trying to come back.
Chasing up that climb.
Sometimes that flat will give you that shot of adrenaline, that little bit of panic. And then it can go the other way. It can be just like the wind out of your sails going, geez,
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how he can chase back and connect with, Tyler and Logan and see if he sits in with them and just plays it for second, or if he tries to move ahead and really charge and make that break.
Looks like Ian Ackert has just come through. He's in the front right now.
Yeah.
He's taking a few seconds right now on Zorik Payet, Pivot Cycles. He's just coming through right now. So the hammer's gone down. The attack has gone down right now. Maxime Sansonge, the teammate, Pivot Cycles OTA is there. So second and third Pivot Cycles is there, but they're chasing Ackert right now.
Yeah, so Ian said that's enough of trying to ride together.
I've had enough.
I'm going to make my move early.
Yep. He sat back and looked at what those riders were doing, the lines, and then hit them by the looks of it, and it's working right now. He's asked the question of our two Pivot Cycles riders, and they're trying to answer, but right now for our U23, it is Ian Ackert for the Trek Future team who's out front.
Yeah. Another very interesting concept I'm kind of keen to see is if Cole starts catching some of the back of the U23 group, if that will play anything into his ability to hold his pace up on the
Right.
front of the race.
Yeah. So because they won't pull some of the lap traffic in the U23 race,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
They'll only pull the riders that are in the elite race. So hopefully, what he'll be able to do is, I'm sure they'll know who's coming behind.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places on this course where it's very switchbacky climbs, so you can look back and when they see the Cannondale factory rider, the freight train that is Cole Puncher right now, they'll have to get out of the way.
Yeah, he'll be coming through quick. That's for sure. Yeah.
We just saw there Simon Rouland, also pivot OTE, coming through our shot right now, the number 78. That's Alex Brunel, Cibois qui roule.
I'm sure Quebec.
Again, big contingent of Quebec riders, and that pivot cycles OTE, great
Showing.
Great showing, and a great team to develop riders in the province. Have kept giving them opportunities to race all around the world. So
Internationally.
yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's also really cool to see that we were speaking on the Mont Saint Anne World Cup being in Quebec, how so many Quebecois riders get to grow up seeing that World Cup and watching the top racers in the world in their home province, and just the talent that breeds from that event, and how great that is for just Canadian cycling in general. So we do see a lot of Quebecois athletes today in the XC events, in the younger events, claiming titles, and throughout this race also looking very, very strong. Here we go, group of three. Oh no, something for Matthew Scott possibly
Did it look? Yeah.
off to the side of
Oh,
the
no.
track there. Hopefully
That's
no big
unfortunate, but-
mechanicals or injuries.
Looking back there. We're looking at the tech zone in Geordie Lund Bike Park right now. Some of the riders coming over, some of the features that are in there.
There's
Oh.
Matt, so I'm not sure because he just pulled off to the left there, you can see, and he's letting the riders by, so maybe a wheel issue? Or
Yeah, he went around that corner pretty hard.
I think
I think he
it's
might have
more
flat. Yeah.
Oh,
Boy.
no.
That's tough.
Yeah, I'm curious as to if these flats are occurring in the same section, if there's some hidden rock we're not seeing, or if they're just blowing their tire through raw speed of hitting some of these corners, because they are steep and they're quite banked up and bermed, so you can really hit them with some pretty strong G-force.
Just this.
They're
Looking
trying
at
to zoom.
one of our last shots right now. This is just very close to the finish line. Again, shaping up like we're going to have potentially some solo riders out front, but this section that we're seeing right now is really close to our finish line and is really critical for our riders to be in good position before that last piece of single track. So this is just before our tech free zone. This is just within 100 meters, and here's our finish area coming up right now.
So you can see it's kind of around a corner up a bit of loose gravel into some asphalt. So that finish straight is not super straight and it's not super wide. So you're not going to try and wait till the last minute to make your move. You're going to probably want to make it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and it's looking like some of our podium positions are shaping up to be like a little bit of bunch races for this one. So
yeah, I could see a group sprint between Tyler, Logan, possibly Carter, depending on where he's sitting. And
because Carter's gonna burn some. Yeah, he's gonna burn some matches to try to come back onto terms right now.
Yeah.
So looking at Zorak Pai making his way up the climb. We know that on the climbing trail that all our groups now are on the climbing trail as we go. His teammate there, I think that's Mika Kromaniuk as well, and then this would be the fourth place rider.
Yeah, there's Mika there.
Yeah, coming up.
Nice. We're just seeing Lucas Gort's Stimulus Trek coming up from Waterloo, Ontario. Currently ranked 28th in Canada Cup ranking.
So if you're in the head of Cole Puncher, you can only speculate. He's got that gap that was gifted to him again because of that flat tire with.
Yeah.
We'll see. He's got a lot of space between him and the two chasers, Tyler Orschel and Logan Sadesky.
Yeah, it was about a minute 20 back from Cole to Carter once the flat happened. Now we can assume Carter's kind of catching his way back. But, oh, there's Matthew Scott charging up the climb. So he's got his bike sorted, that flat fixed, hopefully, and he's ready to charge. There's Logan and Tyler.
Those are our 2-3 on the road right now.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a gap.
So Carter has not connected back to
There-
that group just
Yeah, it looks like Carter's going to get close to connecting. I think he might have him in the sights right now. On
yeah,
there he is, out of the
charging
saddle. Yeah, and he's very close. They just went out of view, the riders in front. So I expect probably through the start finish we'll probably see
Yeah.
the battle for silver
Yeah.
right now.
Nice. And you could just briefly see McKay Vesna out on course there as well. So he's ex-pro enduro racer and currently working for the Giant Factory. There's Cole.
Here's our leader right now, Cole Puncher coming through.
And impressive. Wow. So yeah, McKay's working for Giant right now as a technical skills coach, and he's out here with Carter, supporting, just probably giving him cues as to how far back the group is, and probably just encouraging him up that climb to try and connect to that chase group with Logan and Tyler.
We should see our chasers should be coming through the start finish here momentarily, and we'll see if they have. We'll see if they can connect right now.
Yeah.
I think we'll have a trio. We should probably have a trio coming through the start finish in a few moments with our chasers right now. And again, on our U23, we've got Ian Ackert out front from CHEK Future Racing.
And there's the Pivot group chasing as well.
Pivot teammates.
Yeah. Getting some team tactics in there maybe.
All right, here we go. This is our chasers in the elite race. There's Tyler Orschel as Sadesky reaches into the back pocket for some nutrition, and expect to see Carter Woods. Here he is right now. Still hasn't made the junction. It's a lot of work for him to do to bridge that gap.
And Carter, just seeing down below us, is not far back from them.
No. We'll see them down coming through that tech zone right now. A little bit of a rock drop. We'll see. As we see right now, Carter Woods still trying to make that junction, but it's a hard one for him to come back.
Yeah, we're getting word on that gap to Carter right now. It's looking like
Maybe
roughly 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's
shy of
coming
10
close. It's coming close
Yeah.
as we can see him across. And
here's our chase group with the Pivot
yeah, and
squad. Plus
Pivot squad, Leandra,
Leandra.
yeah.
So in that group, we've got Owen Clark and Raphael Auclair.
And the Quebec riders now trying to.
And there's Sean. So Sean just fell off that group with Pivot.
But impressive for Sean to be, mixing things up with gravel, and Peter DeSera now.
Yeah.
He's sort of the previous generation of riders, right, are trying to come back. And
Peter's looking so strong. That's impressive. Yeah. Peter just represented the Tokyo Olympics, and then Gunnar was at our previous Olympics there in Paris, and so really cool to see that they're kind of battling it out as well.
So the elite men have 2 laps to go, and so what we'll see right now for our U23s is they'll get the bell on the next one time through. We'll see if Ian Ackert is still out front.
Yeah.
He was looking really, really good.
Yeah, Ian kind of made his move early, as we saw, and he's looking pretty comfortable, but he pulled away just a little bit there from Zorak, so yeah, I'm interested to see. And then Mika right now is in third for these racers here, so Mika's sitting third for the U23 men, which is a very strong performance considering how strong Ian is as well.
Yeah, exactly.
2
Yeah.
World Cup podiums and being 35th in the world, so
So there'll be a lot of cheering coming through as Ackert will get the bell coming through here momentarily. Pushing on, and 2 laps to go for Cole Punchard. Really, I'm sure just trying to be as smooth as possible, keep the air in the tires.
Yeah, so
There's
you
Ackert
see
coming through the start-finish right now.
Coming through the start-finish. Yeah, going out for his bell lap.
Just can we see from the commentary that Ackert just came through. He's got a nice big gap right now. As we've seen some of the riders battling. Here we go, second.
Zorak is coming through the finish just now, so Zorak also going out for his last lap, meaning I think Ian's put about 40 seconds into Zorak or so.
And there's Mika Kormaniak there. In there. Oh, excuse me, Maxime Saint-Onge. It was Maxime Saint-Onge. Yep, excuse me, Maxime Saint-Onge now taking the lead there.
Wow, so yeah, we might have seen Zorak expend a lot of energy, and his teammate is starting to close that gap a little bit to him, and they might be battling it out for second there.
We just saw Mika Kormaniak come through the start-finish area there, just in 4th place.
Yeah, I'm sure Mika's really wanting to dig deep right now.
Oh, fourth, as we did, 4th place. Oh, it's a tough one, you know. Second can be a tough one too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Just missing out on that jersey.
Yeah. They don't make a 2nd place jersey.
No.
It's just for the winner, and but we'll see. I'm really curious to see if Carter Woods really pushes on. Yeah, I think.
You know, and like we said, Carter has the home crowd here, so he has so many people out here cheering for him. Not that Cole doesn't, but Cole's from Ontario, so we might not have as many people out here today as Carter would per se. So.
Yeah, the motivation to just get. I mean, I'm sure Carter. He's going to push as hard as he can to get on the podium.
Either way.
He wants a medal.
Either way.
He wants a medal. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, at a certain point, it's worth burning a few more matches, taking that risk and that chance to try and fight your way up to that jersey, you know.
Again, this track just so dusty and blown out.
Yeah.
From all the riding and lack of precipitation here.
Yeah, it's going to be super loose.
There's going to be a lot of work in the weeks to come to get get Berm Reynolds back into shape.
As we mentioned, this location, we're super fortunate. It's got a full-time trail maintenance crew, so Ace is taking, you know, he's in control and leads the trail maintenance out here. He's spent tons of time making sure the course is good, and now he's going to have to spend probably double or triple the amount of time just trying to clean it all up and make sure the tracks get back to regular condition.
There's the number 72 coming through right there. That was Mathis Duval, Cibois qui roule.
Currently,
U23 riders heading out on their last lap.
Yeah, going out extremely fast laps today. We have our U23s going out for their last lap, and they started just an hour ago. So they're completing almost, you know, they've done 5 laps in an hour on this track, which is so impressive.
So Carter Woods and Cole Puncher, our chasers, Orschel and Sadesky, they should all be just cresting the top of the climb. We should be seeing them shortly on the descent, I expect. And again, they're just probably ticking off the number of descents that they do. Certainly a lot of riders, they'll tick off the number of climbs in their head. Okay, 2 more, 1 more. But I think for today, just getting it down in one piece with air in your tires, I think that will be on the mind as we see a rider, number 12 there, getting pulled in the 80% rule. That's Zachary Brunel, Cibois qui roule. That's to just prevent having riders overtaken in the critical parts of the race there by getting lapped. Yeah.
You know, a little bit of traffic prevented by having that 80% rule, you know, making sure that if you're not within 80% of the leader of your race and you're going to get lapped, then you get taken from the race before that happens. But yeah, it's interesting to see.
That's cool. I just saw Cole Puncher there coming into view. Looked like just he'll be coming into his last lap here momentarily.
Yeah, very quickly. Wow. Yeah.
Running into some lap traffic of the U23 riders. So they're not. It's all based on time in your own category. So he'll be coming through. But like I said, I'm sure people are getting out of his way. He's letting them know that he's coming through. Matthew Scott coming through there.
Yeah, Cole's
There's Cole coming through the
catching
interview
the
here.
U23 field, which is incredible. Yeah. So the U23s would have started 2 minutes behind his
yeah.
start, and now he is lapping and catching that field.
Essentially, probably putting close to 10 minutes because the laps are, they're about 12 minutes long.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
We'll see again if that Carter Woods has made the junction with our two chasers. It'll be a trio for the medals, perhaps, for the second and third.
There's Logan and Tyler working together still.
Yeah.
Logan descending so
He looks
quickly
great.
through
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
He's another one. His skill on the bike is exceptional. I remember he's riding rock rolls at Heartland on a hardtail with a high seat post.
Well, these days the XCO courses are they're just getting harder and harder. There's like downhill features now that these riders like gap jumps and really things that even 5 years ago I think they would have said no, that's not cross country. Well, the travel on the bikes, a lot 130 millimeter work, not completely uncommon. Some of the riders, very seldom do you see 100 millimeters of looks like Leandre Bouchard, looking very familiar, tall, lanky. I can't pick out everybody, but I can pick out him. And I saw the number 7 there. There was Owen Clark there. So this battling for the
is racing up today. So he's actually still U23. He's 14th in the U23 overall right now. So 14th in the world for under 23. But I heard he is feeling a little bit under the weather. So impressive ride from him with the elites for also feeling under the weather.
Yeah, you're throwing yourself into the deep end a little bit if you're going to be pushing. And there's Fincham there out of Squamish, BC, doing the Lifestyle Grand Prix, which is a mix of mountain bike marathon type events and gravel events.
So much longer distance, right?
Yeah.
So trying to switch energy systems, when you're used to riding like racing 4 or 5 hours to going to this 90 minutes of all out, just hyperventilation almost the full time is super difficult to do, and Sean's been doing a very good job of it today.
So Cole Punch is going to be looking for a bit of redemption after finishing second in the short track to Carter Woods on Thursday. So here's our chasers are now coming through with Sadesky and Orschel are coming through the start finish. There was Puncher as well coming there. There they are right now. So this is a bit of a race for second, and it's going to be exciting to see how those two riders, the Albertan Sadesky and the rider from Ontario, Tyler Orschel.
And there's Peter DeSera just coming in, not too far behind Sean and Tyler, Sean and Owen there.
There's Carter Woods is valiantly trying to come back on, but it's about 30 seconds right now. It's a tough go right now for the motivation to try to push on, but you never know. I think you still put pressure on the pedals, so that if anything happens in the front, you have the opportunity to grab a medal. But right now, I think physically, it's going to be a real stretch for him to get across. Yeah.
It is also very interesting, because if he can connect back to Logan and Tyler, we're looking for a battle for the podium there. We're looking
Yeah.
for the last spot. So if he can dig deep, he can try and fight for that podium.
And that was Leander Bouchard there, who was close.
Yeah.
Kind of closing in a little bit on Carter Woods there. And then Owen Clark there coming through in the 5th spot.
Yeah, so Owen Clark in 5th for elite men as a U23. On a day he's sick, that's
That's pretty good. Yeah, probably wanted more, but at the end of the day. And next, as we see
There's
the-
Sean passing.
and we should see DeSera coming through shortly.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Nice. So if DeSera can try and connect to this group, he'll be riding with Raphael Auclair and Sean Fincham.
Just
there.
inside the top 10. Impressive for
position.
Pete. Yeah, I mean.
Very impressive.
And the next person we'll see, we'll see our first finisher of this race. It's
Yeah.
going to be looking like Ian Ackard came through before and was leading, but we'll see if he can keep the air in the tires, keep the rubber side down,
Yeah.
and take that victory.
Yeah, at this point, there's probably so much running through his mind. I mean, he has been national champion before, but it's probably just as exciting to reclaim that jersey and wear it another year in a row. So he's probably thinking of how he wants to ride safely through this last section. And there we see Mika.
Right, one of our chasers. So we know that Ian Ackard should be down.
Yeah.
That's Soren, I believe, Wesselake. I think it was
Yeah.
5th on the road last time, which is coming into view.
Yep. And then Dylan Kerr was in that orange and blue.
Just off the
Cardigan
back,
there,
yeah.
So Dylan Kerr is in.
Here's Ian Ackard, right, coming through the finish line. We have our finisher, Ian Ackard. Let's see if he does anything good. This is our 2025 U23 champion. There it is, with the wheelie, one-handed wheelie. Fantastic finish for Ackard.
Making it look too easy.
It looked like he could have done another lap.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Wow. What a strong ride from Ian all day today. Picked his moment, attacked on Zorak.
And we've got now coming through. Yeah, Zorak.
Yeah, second place, Zorak Paye for Pivot Cycles OTE from Quebec, looking strong. You know, riding with Ian there for quite some time, and then Ian just really threw an attack.
And Maxine Saint-Onge there, Pivot Cycles, the teammate.
Wow, Pivot 2 and 3 today. So Maxime Saint-Onge for 3rd, so that'll round out the U23 men's podium.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ontario and 2 Quebecois riders there. Great finish for Ian.
Yeah, East Coast representing that U23 field today. Look at that. Wow.
Again, lots of hugs. They're competitive on the track, but obviously seem to get along really well off the track. That's a great thing about mountain biking.
Yeah, we'll
Seems
see
like-
that. Yeah, teammates there giving a hug, and then Ian also. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see. I think it develops some pretty cool friendships when you can have tight racing, and you can also, you know, see each other at the World Cups and race with each other there, and you know, connect for some rides while you're in between a racing block away from home.
And again, these riders, the U23 riders, they have a history of going to world championships together, developing those deep, you know, and then training camps, et cetera, with the national team and those sorts of things. So, yeah, nice to see a great community and the riders at the front.
Yeah. All right, so he'll be
Sor-
4th place.
See Soren Wesselake now coming through, fifth spot for the Manitoban.
Yeah. Wow, nice. Yeah, riding for Charge. You'll see another rider for Charge there, Rhett Bates on screen.
Yeah, out of West Kelowna,
Yeah,
coming in soon for his finish there.
yeah, awesome. Dylan Kerr going out for his
Yep.
last lap.
Okay.
Yeah, there's Dylan Kerr going out
Oh.
for his final lap. As we see a sprint finish for some U23s behind. Oh, just snagged by. We saw it just
That's-
snagged by Jacob Roy there.
Yeah, for Ponce.
Quebec. Impressive, impressive.
Yeah, we'll get a few words from our winner of our elite race, who's out on course somewhere. We're hoping to see Cole Puncher coming through soon.
Yeah.
Cody Scott came through for a last lap. We see riders still on the climb there, finishing their laps. That's Simon Roulin, Pivot Cycles OTE.
So that just shows you the pace of Ian Ackert here. We have some elites still going out for their last lap, which means Ian would have passed them
That's right.
while they were racing.
With a 2-minute gap, with a 2-minute deficit, right? So the Trek Future Racer doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, there's Sean, just incredible pace up those corners, managing to still hold traction.
Yeah, not slipping. Oh, DeSera, can you do it? Gets around it. So he's coming back,
Yeah.
DeSera. So that
Yeah.
we're like in the top 10 right there, up the climb. So we are moments away for crowning our elite champion.
Yeah. And I think if I were those two riders with Peter coming up behind me, I would be a little nervous because I think he knows where to attack, when to attack. He's got like
And he knows the
every
descent, right?
Yeah.
He knows the descent here. So he's no stranger to Berm Reynolds,
Yeah.
and knows every inch of this
There we
track.
go.
There we go. So Cole safely making it down. Cole Puncher, Cannondale Factory Racing now looking.
Oh my gosh, standing and just look at the watts he can throw down on his last lap. 7 laps in and he can stand like that. It's impressive.
One of our U23 riders just behind there,
The U23s.
still finishing up. Bit of mixing with the categories, but
Yeah.
we are within 3 minutes or so of Cole Puncher claiming his first elite national champion. Had a fabulous season last year with a U23 World Cup win. I believe a collegiate American national champion.
Yeah.
But the Canadian will win the Canadian national champions here. We just saw him come through that shot moments ago. And kept the rubber side down. Jersey looks clean.
Yeah.
Just did a very clean race.
Yeah.
Benefited from bad luck, frankly, from Carter Woods,
Carter Woods.
and was able to ride smooth.
Yeah. Creating for an exciting race between Tyler and Logan here, though, because Logan was in front going off into that last lap, but we're not too sure if that's what you want to do. When we
Yeah.
saw the way it played out with Marin and Ella in the U23 race, Marin was behind, pulled out in front for the last little stretch, and ended up winning the U23 jersey. So I'm interested to see how this goes for Logan and Tyler.
Yeah, a tight race, and about trying to figure out where do you want to be first, where do you want to lead. Obviously, you want to be first at the finish line, but out of those two riders, who has the punch and getting to that last stretch of uphill gravel? It's not the greatest thing to be sprinting on, and then just a little piece of pavement before the finish. So the battle for the silver medal
Is on.
for sure, out on the road.
Well,
There,
there's Tyler. Okay, so where's Logan? We did just catch a glimpse of Tyler.
and he looks like he's got.
slowing down.
Yeah,
Oh,
there it is. So he's made his move,
Yeah.
and it looks like.
It looks like it might.
Here we go. Here's our finish line.
Wow.
And that's Cole Puncher, Cannondale Factory Racing, taking the win. Here it comes across the lines, hands in the air. Fantastic muffin for Cole Puncher there. Your 2025 Elite Rider.
Wow.
Elite men's winner, Cole Puncher.
Still could be racing U23 nonetheless. Cole Punchert is born in 2003, but he is racing up today, and he just won the Elite Canadian National Championships title. Wow, what that must feel like.
Doesn't even look out of breath.
No.
Takes a bit of a beverage. There's Carter Woods. Yeah. I'm sure it'll be a tale of two emotions a little bit with Carter as he crosses the line. It
Yeah.
has to be disappointed for him.
Just missing out.
Yeah, not on the podium and just so close home. Nationals are back here next year, though. I'm sure this will be haunting his dreams a little bit for the next year.
Yeah.
But Carter's got some other big goals and objectives for the remainder of the season right now, as we await to see our second place finisher in our elite riding.
Assuming it might be looking like we have
Looked like Orschel,
coming
Orschel
in second, and then Sadesky in third.
Orschel racing for Pan American Union Racing. Also Brevard.
Yeah.
He also went to Brevard, I think. I'm pretty confident he did. I could be totally wrong on that one, but I'm
No, I think
quite sure he went down to Brevard. So
Yeah.
his dad, an elite rider back in the day,
Yeah.
so taking some hardware back to Ontario, and Tyler Orschel.
And then Logan Sadesky in third with Broad Street off-road.
The local team here.
Yeah.
As we see our finisher, here coming up, we'll see coming into view in a moment. That's Tyler Orschel in the silver medal position.
For
Great
Pan
finish.
American Union Racing. Out of Uxbridge, Ontario.
And Sadesky is just going to come into view here. Sadesky just coming in, second rider coming across. We have a U23 rider finishing there. Sadesky right there, the number 3.
In third.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so third last year, third this year. Consistency
Yeah.
from Logan Sadesky. That's awesome. Yeah, he's had some great results this year. Did really well in Canmore in his home race. And, yeah, it's cool to see some Victoria local, getting on that podium.
There's Orschel, the number 5 there, getting a bevy. He looks a little dirtier than Cole. You can see the back there.
Yeah. Riding in the group there.
I think we've got
And here we have coming into view.
Carter Woods, and I think
Wood
Cole's.
will be coming through the finish.
Yeah, I think Cole will be greeting him there, and it'll be interesting to see the emotions there as Leandro Bouchard now is finishing as well.
Yeah, do a little. There we go. Carter Woods just came through the finish, and he's gonna go chat to the rest of the group there.
Yeah.
TV's just.
Yeah, Leandro Bouchard is in as well. So we've got our top 5 right now who've come through.
Yeah, there they are. So, like we said, it's bike racing. It's difficult, but we're all still friends
Yeah.
at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And luck wasn't on Carter's side today. It still has a bit of a smile though. Yeah, so that's
Yep.
good to see.
Short track national champion.
Yeah.
So he'll still get to wear that jersey when he races the short tracks abroad.
And he has been riding really well
Yeah.
at the front of the short track racing. So
And
he's been at the front of affairs in those races.
Yeah.
So it'll be nice to have that jersey and
yeah.
show it off at all the World Cups. Oh, a sprint finish.
Sprint finish with Peter and that
Raphael Auclair and Peter DeSera, close one. Raphael Auclair just took it, just right at the edge of the top 10 right now, and great to see Peter DeSera still fit. And as you see, there's Sadesky there again. We talked a little bit about him. Victoria lives in Victoria.
Out here on the island, and went to UVic as well. And he's so hardworking. Just works throughout the year so he can afford his race season, and does it with Broad Street support. And he got over to Europe this year, and he's going actually back later after this to do the Leger World Cup and hopefully World Championships now. Yeah, it was an interesting story of this race. We saw with the elite women that Jen got away with a flat and could come back.
There's a little nice video there of our Cole Puncher there.
Yeah, our
Cannondale
winner
Factory taking
coming
it.
through, making it look easy.
He
not
did
even
today.
out of breath.
Yeah, he looked great today, and
Yeah, excellent showing at Jordan Bike Park today. Just so cool to see all the people come out and support. And
we got great weather.
yeah,
The track was.
dusty.
It became technical in a way that I think probably people didn't anticipate.
Yeah.
And I think if people had talked about flat tires being such if you'd come here a week ago and walked the track and gone around and said, I don't think at the top of your mind would have been flat tires would have
No.
been creating some of the drama that we saw today.
Yeah,
But just the nature of the track and the course
yeah,
going over so many riders and the dryness, it's been really tough
Yeah.
on the track, and it just created a
Yeah.
lot of
yeah.
risk.
Story of both races for the elites, right? But Jen was able to fight her way back. But with the elite men, we're just seeing the competition's way too tight to try and get away with any mistakes these days, which is really cool. With Jen, we just saw a little bit extra of an oomph to be able to make her way. But
Yeah,
it's really cool to see the kind of development of the level of competitiveness here.
I think we're waiting momentarily. We'll hear from our winner from Cole and see as I'm curious to say if they talk a little bit of his approach to what it was in his head in terms of okay, now I have the lead.
Yeah.
Okay, what am I going to do with it?
Yeah.
Do I push? Do I keep it easy and
Yeah.
steady?
Yeah.
We've got just you can hear that I can hear in the background our announcers are calling our winners to the podium or to the announcing area to hear a little bit from them.
Yeah.
So these riders now, it's a little bit of a break
Yeah.
and back at it.
Yeah, a little bit of a time off. Some of them will be, getting ready to head up for Leger, which will be end of August, I believe. And then after that, it's World Championships as well. So
In Switzerland this year. And then we also have, for those riders that are more domestic based, the Canada Cup picks up again
Yep.
with a couple more rounds
Yep.
back in Eastern Canada, Dieppe, I believe. And I think we have one in PEI actually. And that will conclude our Canada Cup circuit.
yeah, and then the final World Cups. I'm sure a lot of Canadians are hoping to go to the Mont Saint Anne World Cup, which will be in October. So that.
And what a thrill for Cole.
Yeah.
And for Jen, obviously, but Jen has the experience of wearing, but for Cole to take that maple leaf jersey and wear it in Mont Saint Anne, which is,
Yeah.
it's the home track for Canadians, and it has been for over 25 years, an incredible track
Yep.
right now. So
Yeah, it'll be very exciting. You get a little bit extra cheers when you're racing in Canada with the national champion jersey, so it's pretty cool to see. There we have Dylan Kerr coming through, finishing his race. He's also a first-year elite this year, so that's pretty cool. And that concludes our male field. I believe we just had
our final racer, and I think they're just getting close to doing an interview with our winners right now. Jacques is tracking them down, probably popular at the finish line. Cole is having to say hi to lots of people. and Ian Ackert and then our U23 rider as well. So
yeah, wow, what a treat. What's some exciting racing today?
Yeah, it was great. It was great, Emily, and we saw, across the fields and even earlier in the day with our U17, U19 riders, we saw the future, and fantastic that, not all sports. And I'll throw it over to Jacques right now for the interview.
But, Elite Men 2025 National Champion.
Are we good?
So here we are with our 5 Canadian National Champion. So Cole, battle over there. We're going to move a little bit over there so we have some reach. So tell me, Cole, when did you found that everything was possible today for you?
Well, I knew everything was possible before the start. Like, anything can happen. It's bike racing. And, we came to the race with a plan. I knew Carter is always super strong early in the race and the last lap. So he set a high tempo early. And then on the third lap, I just followed up and then cranked the pressure even more. And then on the fourth lap on the climb, I could sense a little bit out of the corners. I could sense that I was starting to pull away a tiny bit, maybe putting the pressure on. And I mean, I was feeling the pressure too on the fourth lap. I was hurting at that climb, but then I'm not sure what happened. I think he flatted on the descent. So then, it was just all out TT mode to the finish. Pressure was on with the gap behind. Couldn't make any mistakes, and really happy to take the win here today.
And tell me, how did your second place in the short track play the role in today's race?
Yeah, definitely. I went to bed that night. Well, you're never happy when you don't win. So, I wanted some revenge today. I wanted to come home from this week with at least one jersey. So, I'm really happy that I could get it done today.
So now you're going to head to the World Cup wearing the Canadian champion jersey. So did you ever thought, that would come so soon in your career?
Well, already last year in the elite short track, I won that one last year. So, but this is the first elite cross-country win. So, it means a lot. Of racing here in Canada. It feels so good to be back after 6 months in Europe. So, yeah, I love racing in Canada, and it's good to see all the friends and family here.
So that was worth coming back.
Yeah, it's really worth it to come back home.
Well, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. This is your 2025 Olympic cross-country national champion, Cole Punchard.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good job, Cole. Wear the Maple Leaf proudly for the rest of the season and for the whole year.
Pushed it hard in the descent, and then all of a sudden Carter wasn't with him anymore. So an incredible win for him. You can tell it means a lot for him to take the jersey back home.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if, having to deal with that dust, Carter didn't see something or something perhaps, or, maybe just the pressure was applied, like you said, and something just led to another.
Well, we've had some exciting racing across our U23 men and women and our elite men and women. Lots of drama here, but the Geordie Lund Bike Park did not disappoint.
Not at all.
Fantastic addition here for the Kazlaw Canadian XCC Mountain Bike Championships in Langford, British Columbia. For Emily Williams, I'm Andrew Pinfold. Take care, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
So here we go, folks. This is the end of the racing part of the Canadian Championship. Well, for today, because actually